Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's definitely a bad start, but I still don't think it's too bad. You can kind of see at the bottom here the amount of buy-in that happened at the last minute yesterday. Or sorry, that's today's morning sell-off, but you could have seen previously there was actually a great deal of buy-in right at the very end. I think somebody that knows better is scooping up shares while they're at discount, somebody that has a lot of money. So I think they know, just like we know, this is just temporary. So we're now testing these guys here. So the next drop is from 36 to 31 if we get below, well, 36. If we can get above 46, we should recover considerably. And then that would bring us back into the 46.53 territory. Yeah. All right. So I'm still bullish, even if the market is trying to do a little bit of pooping here and there. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Oh, well, I mean, I don't like looking at a -9. I'm now looking at a negative 26% on my account. Nah, that's just a clickbait title. I don't think we're in the MOAC at the moment. Not yet. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it's definitely across the market. He's red. So. But we've outperformed the market many a time, so. All right. So in side project this morning, I figured out why I couldn't shoot Wi-Fi across the street. And of course, it's simple. A Wi-Fi is point to point. Technically, it broadcasts wide, but they handshake and talk to each other. And so I was trying to repeat the Wi-Fi using just a dongle. And I'm like, why I'm shooting the Wi-Fi across the street? The guy on the other side of the street's not going to respond because I'm not talking to him, right? I'm just yelling in the wrong direction. And I'm like, wow. Good thing I figured that one out. Super late. No, the robot's not currently on. It still needs work. Oh. There's good buy-in. Where is our volume? We're at 11. Yeah, so we're definitely picking up, but it's all negative. Yeah, my position is right there at the bottom. This is generally not a good shape. But if we can break it, it becomes a power shape. And let me fix the clock. It always likes to friggin' change. Time. Where are you? T is for time. There we go. I think this is going to be a buy-in before the push. If GME can hold friggin' 200 and 400, we can hold 50. Yeah. Plus, we held 50 for almost a month. So if we were going to crash, we would have done it a lot earlier than now. So this is just the market's taking a shitter. Everything's going south, and we're just going with it. So temporary. Is that directed at me, Cedra? Oh, I'm not calling the bottom. I'm just saying I don't think we're going to go into a free fall. We'll have a technical breakdown if we go under 35, 36. But yeah, if it was going to crash like astronomically, it would have done it already. So I'm still, as much as this might be an all red day, I'm still optimistic. It's not over yet. Yeah, you got to hold for gold. Oh, speaking of which, I wonder if I've been paid. Now would be a good time to dollar cost average down. Also, a good time to sell some covered calls. Covered calls. It's what's for breakfast. Let me just check if I got fresh cash. Nope, haven't been paid yet. Okay. So next pay will be probably the 28th of the month. Okay. True, but it's still money that you can buy shares with, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's do. All right. Oh. Okay, got that sorted. All right, good, good, and good. All right, so we're sloping down. I have no, I don't have enough to do anything. Well, she'll let her ride. So we'll probably level out around 10, 10, 20, and then start our climb. And the markets are already leveling out. Yeah. So 35 is going to be the number we want to avoid. 36, 35. Stay away from that white line and we'll be okay. Just going to do some searching on the Googles. I need to set up an outdoor wireless access point. Geez, Wi-Fi can transfer 380 megabytes a second, or megabits a second, sorry, at 2 meters line of sight. That's a crazy amount of transfer there. And then if you just do wired transfer, you can get gig LAN up to 100 meters. Yeah, but then you're transmitting through air versus electrical signals on wire. But I didn't realize it was so fast. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. This isn't that bad. Oh wow. So some of the professional solutions, 60 gigahertz self-organizing multi-node wireless mesh solution. Oof. So you just sell these little boxes to people and poof, it works. And that's pretty good. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is get Wi-Fi across the street so I can set up a traffic camera. And so far I got a coffee can and a satellite dish, but I found out that one of my dongles cannot broadcast. So it can receive, but it can't send as an access point. And I'm like, shit. And that is why it wasn't working. Yeah. Could just buy another dongle. Or I can buy pre-built and ditch the giant satellite dish. Yeah, it looks like we're leveling out. So we're not out of the woods yet, but at least we're leveling out. Sweet. Ooh, excuse me. Mm-hmm. It's possible you'll keep dipping on open for sure, but we'll see how this day plays out. If it plays out strong, then that will be the end of it. Like we'll be done this negativity. As long as we can show that there's still confidence in the stock, people won't bail. They'll just ride it out. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I'm looking at this Chinese product, and it has um, standards that don't even exist. Oh boy, this Wi-Fi is so good. It's breaking things that don't even exist. uh, and apparently Bluetooth is spelt with a hyphen. Blue hyphen tooth. All right. So this might work for what I need. Oh, it ships out of Las Vegas. Nice. Oh, that's a neat idea. You can put something in your PCI slot that turns it into a ribbon so you can mount a card like flexible outside of your computer. Yeah, I guess that's possible. Never thought of that. I don't know why you'd want to do it, but that's kind of cool. Now I got to figure out if any of these will let me do broadcasting. Good. Now we have to break our opening numbers, which is another 10 cents or so. And everything will be coming up Millhouse. Looking good. I guess the easiest solution would get an Ethernet plug and a standalone device. The other thing I could do is get a Wi-Fi card, and then I roll my own antenna, which is a hell of a lot cheaper. What to do? Yeah, it's looking okay. We're starting to roll, but that's because we completed the U shape. So we hit the top here basically, and it becomes a support line. So we'll bounce, which will look like a roll, and then we'll go up or go down. But judging by the time of the day, we should still go up. Yeah, we're just trying to break through that line. Yep. Damn mother lovers. Why diamond hands are forever. They won't leave in the night. Have no fear that they might. Xerxes. Bum 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 bum. Progress. Yep. That is indeed progress. Yeah, the severity of it wasn't enough. Believe me, I'll rush to the exits when it gets there. And so far, it hasn't. The 9% pre-market wasn't good. That was a little disconcerting because usually when you're that low, you're either gonna whiplash recover or you're gonna free fall. But our positioning, we weren't close enough to a free fall point. So I was like, we should probably bounce. So it'll run a little bit more, and it did. Actually, it started off green, which is even better because it stunted it. If it started off red, it probably would have ran down to 36, and then we would have had the risk of crashing. But that opening green basically set the tone to slow it down. Red still overwhelmed it. Green pushed back, we leveled out, and then that basically confirmed we're not going to crash because we leveled out, and it's like, okay, you've been stopped and slowed down, so you're out of gas. And so red goes a little bit more, and then green takes over, and that's where we are now. But yeah, the first when I logged into the pre-market, I was like, oh, sweet God. Oh, man. Yeah. But there is people buying massive amounts in these dips. So someone's loading up on the shares. So we're not done and out. If we were, it would just be a major bleed off. Negative 30, negative 70, right? Percent. So we're not there. Not yet. And then the follow-up question is, will we get there? We will see. Because if you do remember from my earlier conversations back in the days, really what we're concerned about is a change in sentiment. So there'll be short-term up and downs, but what we want is to make sure that people haven't given up or turned like angry against, not malicious, but angry against AMC. If that happens, then we can't sustain our price, right? Which is what we're seeing right now. There's so much FUD and people getting angry and the market's not doing so great. So it's really weighing on us. And so it's hurting us, right? But as long as that's not permanent, right? Those sentiments can change. Those weak-handed people can get flipped over. There's a new wave of stimulus coming, right? So all of that is going to translate, and it's summer season. So I would expect this kind of sell-off at the end of the summer, like, late fall, when all the movies are done, right? And then we have the Christmas, just before Christmas. That's the other movie release, American Thanksgiving, right? They all try to aim around there. So there'll be a little lull between those 2 points, but we're in blockbuster time right now, so yeah, it's not the time to go red. So as a result, I'm still betting on us going up. Yeah. And that's why I trade it, Freedom. Because what other stock moves, 6% in the time it makes you a coffee, right? I just happen to be on the wrong side of the bet right now. But if my money was free, that would have been an easy buy at 950. And you walk away with 6% on $60,000, $100,000. And I think 100,000, that's a cool $6,000. Yeah. So $6,000 in the time it makes coffee. But now I have to buy me some Wi-Fi. Wonder if I turned on one of these high-powered access points, if I would just burn out everyone's router around me. Like, oh, this is made to transmit 50 kilometers. And let's put it inside an apartment and detonate. Blue smoke for everyone. Thank you, Dr. Overkill, for your kind words. Yep, spread the love. May not be, high energy stocks every day, but at least you're not getting any bullshit or, paid sponsorships, entertainers getting bribed for money. I'm just a lowly pedestrian, right? Trying to farm some Wi-Fi. It ain't much, but it's honest networking. Ooh. Ooh, this looks nice. 5 gigahertz outdoor, 11 AC, giant microwave dish. Sweet. Ooh, I can buy a used one for $82. What's the range on this bad boy? $5 miles. Whew. At 867 megabits per second at 5 miles. That's probably the biggest I can buy legally until I get into the you need a license band. Yeah, because so what you can do is you can only have so much power, but what you can do is put the power into like a laser beam and then point the laser beam. And technically, I could do Wi-Fi or networking over laser. But the problem with that is you have to aim really fucking good. And Wi-Fi is so much easier because it's so easily understood by so many devices. This might be what I'm looking for. A little expensive, though. But I bet it has built-in stuff. That's what it's doing. So it has a built-in time division multiple access. So everyone gets a chance to talk, but you get the full blast. So instead of everyone just talking, it goes your turn, 100%, your turn, 100%. And they just do that really friggin' quickly. Yeah. Well, that's good. Not really what I need, but... I can't tell if this is a catcher or a receiver. It looks like it can be both. Yeah, but I'm gonna need two of them. Oh, and it's protected against getting hit by lightning. That's good. Which is probably why it costs so much. Oh, and it's got, it processes the Wi-Fi on the device. Okay. Whoa. Shots fired. The fuck was that? Someone just like hammered right through my wall. Give me 1 second to see if there's a person coming through my wall. That is weird. Yeah, they're doing some hammering somewhere. And it really sounded like someone just broke through my ceiling or my wall. That was loud. Oh. Although I think they're hitting the pipes. That's why. I just heard it again. So they're banging something in like the apartment or outside, and then it's coming right in through the wall that doesn't have insulation. That makes it. Because, man, that was loud. I was like, I'm half expecting a contractor to just be like, Aru, and there's a hole in my ceiling. Yeah. Jeez. I don't know if it came through the mic, but it was pretty loud. Sounded like something fell off a shelf or I don't know. All right. Back to looking at Wi-Fi cannons. Okay. One of my friends is inquiring if my Wi-Fi cannon is some form of bomb. God. Yes. Yes, I made a Raspberry Pi bomb because that's what people do these days. This might work though. Here, I'll share the link with you so you get something to look at while I'm pissing around here. Do. Since most of this stream is just hanging out, watching the stock burn down or make us rich, depending on the time of the week. Okay. Where, oh, where, oh, where, oh, where? So I'm looking at this. Oh, we're about to do another push. Oh, it won't let me link it. Great. Because it's a stupidly long link. Fine. I'll just use a short link. There, and that'll go to my Amazon Associates account anyways. So there's that one. And the other one that I was looking at was this guy here. This guy. Yeah. So I don't really need too much bandwidth. What this is going to be used for primarily is traffic camera, and it's going to be a temporary. I bring it out, it sits. I just don't want to have to run an Ethernet cable across a road, which is doable. The cops will get angry at me though because I'm interfering with the roadway. So if I can just beam it, even if I have to put an Ethernet cable like outside my apartment and then beam it from there. But I do have a window that faces the road, so I should be able to just blast it from the window. The glass will affect transmission, but not as much as brick and steel and concrete does. So not a big deal. But a directional antenna will allow me to have maximum distance as well as maximum power and without fragging everyone around me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I need to find one that has the ability to be a broadcaster. But it looks like all of these have the built-in software. So they're not just antennas. They got the whole thing built in. So all I got to do is feed it an Ethernet cable on the uplink and the downlink. Yeah. Wonder how much power the thing needs though. May not be practical for a Raspberry Pi. So you can the second one I put up was just an antenna. I think the first one's also an antenna as well with like routing abilities. But they're going to need power over Ethernet or power supplied. Whereas if I just shoot Wi-Fi, if I shoot it strong enough, then the Pi can basically just respond with the a beam-formed or a directional antenna using its own Wi-Fi without having to go to Ethernet and power the device. And because I doubt this thing's USB powered. Well, maybe actually I could USB power it. That wouldn't be too hard, actually. Actually, I could just cut some wires and call it a day. Actually, yeah, I could USB power it. Yeah. Yeah. Although if I pay good money, you probably want it working right out of the box. Okay, so it has a PoE adapter as well as a full power cord. Okay, so this is going to take house power or PoE. And that's pretty much a no-go for the other side. But I could use it to replace the pitcher I have in my house, which is currently a full-size satellite dish, or a mini satellite dish. It's not the full-size one, but it's the biggest you'd normally ever see anymore, which is essentially this guy here. Oh. So to answer your question, Model 3, the reason for the traffic cam is just part of my city projects that I'm doing. So I have an automatic pothole scanner that gets mounted in buses. I have a digital 311 system that integrates with the reporting system with the city. I'm basically, the 311 system's my core, and I just have side projects that feed the core. And so the license plate scanner basically would get upgraded to deal with speeding, noise pollution, all this other stuff. And then I would have any CCTV camera would essentially have the ability to do like the Chinese do, right? Monitor the movement of people, which is not where I'm headed. But you can build the software into a traffic camera and then take it and put it on a post and then give the post a laser range finder, and you can then swing it around and you can do anything, right? You can listen, you can see, you can measure, you can track, you can scan, monitor, right? You can go to town. But that's not where I'm headed, but that's like, the maximum. You can build an intelligence gathering post, which cities need all the time. They need to know how many people are driving down a road, right? And certain things already exist, but they're super expensive, right? So the idea here is that I'm building low cost versions. So communities that are poor, like anybody that the government doesn't care about, can throw down these things and say, look, we monitored 700 unique license plates coming through here between these hours. Clearly, there's not 700 people that live on this street. Therefore, these people are coming from somewhere else, right? And then if you knew everyone's license plate on the street, right? Let's say there's 10 houses, you could then filter them out, right? And then you could say, okay, these are all the people that are just driving through, right? And then the government, if they wanted to, could run those license plates and know exactly where those people live because of their insurance and their registration, right? But of course, as a civilian, I don't have access to that. But anyways, so it's stuff like that. So I'm just getting my foot in the door with municipal. And because I have access to all the data that comes in, right? I get to see the pulse of the city. I get to see all the problems because everyone reports through me and then I pass it to the city. So, like Google, when you control all the information, you know everything, and then you become all powerful because information is ultimately the most powerful tool. And, that will give me a rock solid business to stand on. So anyways, the first problem is I got to get some friggin' Wi-Fi from my apartment across a bloody street so I can do some outdoor projects. And that's what we're trying to solve today. And I thought I could do it with my homemade crappy crap Wi-Fi cannon, but it turns out one of the hell are they called? Wi-Fi dongles does not support spewing out Wi-Fi. So I am figuring that out. Oh yeah. Well, cams are just like, think of a camera as just you sitting on a chair watching a road and never getting tired or hungry. What information can you get from that? I saw that same black car 12 times. I know exactly when that black car comes. It leaves every morning at the same time. Like, there's so much information you can glean from having an unblinking, unwavering eye, right? And of course, that's why there's data privacy, and that's to stop people from being malicious with such data, right? But in the case of China, let's say you commit a crime and they know your license plate, or actually the UK is a very good example. So you commit a crime, they know your license plate. They type it into the computer. All the cameras register what they've seen in the last, blank amount of minutes. Boom, they have you. They know exactly where you are, and they have a live feed of you driving. And as you drive, it switches the cameras to follow you. And so they can record you from A to Z, full, complete, angle to angle to angle to angle. And it's like, holy crap, But it's in a matter of seconds you can identify where someone is, right? And now we don't have that in Canada, and I don't think you have that in the States. The UK has that, and China has that. China goes a little further to scan your faces, so it tracks you by knowing who you are. But that's, crazy authoritarian. And the UK is just broke. They can't have enough police officers. So they're doing kind of like a police state, but they're being friendly about it. And then in the US, you just solve your own problems with your .45 caliber, concealed. And in Canada, you just get beat up and the cops show up 20 minutes later. And then they apologize. And then you say, it's all right. He was just angry. And then, yeah, that's how we do things. Yep. Yep. Oh, you all right? Oh, yeah, just had a little scrapperoo, little kerfuffle. Just had a disagreement about, Leafs versus Montreal Canadiens there. With the old Stanley Cup, Then the cop starts beating you up. I disagree. Oh, can't be saying that kind of stuff. It's funny because it's true. Yeah. Yeah. It's like that meme where there's a cat. If you're getting attacked, your dog will come and help you. And when you're getting attacked, your cat then helps the criminal kick you. Yeah. It's like, he has a good point. Let's beat him up. Yeah. So how am I going to do this? Yeah, I'm gonna have to run cat 6. There must be a cheaper solution here. All right, bouncing off the line. Good. We're almost back to where we are. So now we want to get to this white line, and then we should start rising. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, realistically, anything over Cat 5e, you're not going to saturate that stream. Yeah, Freedom of Culture's just upset because he is out of maple syrup. Yeah. There's always exceptions to the rule, Tom. All right. How am I going to do this? Might be able to get away with a $20 Wi-Fi card. I guess I could try that. I could put in a Wi-Fi card. And if that fails, then I can start buying $100 long distance. Because I got a satellite dish here. And it's good base station. Just have to fine tune it. Because I think these type of satellite dishes produce a beam that's 6 degrees in width. Something like that. So you got to be pretty aiming, especially at close range. You got to be pretty straight on. Holy crap. 8.6 billion liters of alcohol were consumed. Jeez. Well, it's heavily watered down, but holy crap. Got a country of raging alcoholics, I mean. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I do, Tom. I just hold the dish with a laser pointer stuck with sticky tack. Yeah. $1 dollar store laser pointer that you use for the kitty cat. So now the other alternative is, so I can beam the Wi-Fi to a catcher, and then he downlinks it via Ethernet. The other alternative is I take the Wi-Fi off the device, I put a pole up on a tripod that's just Wi-Fi, stick a lead acid battery underneath it, and then it acts as like a short range Wi-Fi bubble, an access point. And then my Raspberry Pi can just connect to it, and all my other devices can connect up to, you know, I don't know, 25 devices or so. Not that I'll need that many. But then that's like making a hotspot with your cellular, right? I could do that. But point to point seems a lot easier just because it's a singular device. But it's definitely overkill for but I guess if I have it and I can take it up to the woods, get Wi-Fi out in the middle of friggin' nowhere. Yeah, and then if I ever need to expand it, I can just put a router. The problem is I'll need power. That's going to require lots of power. But I guess I could run a router. I could just get one of those LiPo generators. Those like fucking 150 watt hour things. And I could run a house power off of it. Run a router and then I could plug everything in, or a switch. Yeah, I just run a switch. I could do that. Switches are low cost, low power. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe. Good bounce, and we're going up. Fuck yeah. Diamond hands are rewarded. Yeah, so I'm aiming for solar for my bus shelter display panels. So I'm going to use e-ink and Raspberry Pi Nano. And the total like watt to plate, it's 0.5 of a watt hour is its idle. And it's like, holy crap, it's using half a watt an hour. Like that is, fuck, my monitor is using like 100 times that. Yeah. But see, that bad boy is also going to need Wake on signal. So one neat thing that I just found out is, so if you understand near field communication, you have essentially an antenna that gets its energy from the beam that's being shot at it. And so it takes that energy, then uses it to process what it's got to do. And that's how your tap cards work and all that sort of stuff. So they have that technology for changing displays. So you just use your cell phone and stand near the display, and the display will flip the e-ink because it uses all the power to process what it needs to do, takes the new image, and then it's just, you're just transmitting energy over the air till it finishes. You can go even further and you can basically beam Wi-Fi, Canon, Jazz at the device, and it will accumulate the Wi-Fi power. And it's like, okay, so when you're hitting like such low power, you can scrape the energy out of the air into a capacitor to do your work, basically. It's like, oh, so you can wake it up on a signal. As soon as it detects a signal, it can wake up because the energy is hitting it. And I'm like, holy crap, we're going far here. So now you don't have to have it awake. It just wakes up whenever it is told to wake up. So that saves infinite power. There's no idle, no polling. It just wakes up, processes, goes to sleep. So pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah. do. Oh. Oh yeah. So if you're talking about that, Tom, with Tesla, yeah, you can transmit electricity. You know, energy is just electricity is just energy in a more normalized form, I guess, a stream of electrons. But you can transmit, you know, photons, and well, that's how solar panels work, right? But you can transmit energy many ways, and so but Tesla was basically trying to send electrons through the air, and it's like all that's going to do is create plasma, and you know what lightning bolts do, superheat the air. All that energy just escapes, right? I think, however, though, I think in the future we are going to learn how to do magnetic beam forming. So once we figure out fusion, which is what fusion's doing, we'll be able to beam form energy into basically your sci-fi weapons. So we'll get all those electrons, pack them in dents, and then wrap them in a magnetic field so they can't go anywhere, then hurl that magnetic field in such a way that it never dissipates until impact or received. Currently, we can't do that. The magnet would just deform instantly. But there might be a way to polarize it or spin it or get the quarks going one way or another. But I think that's where we're headed. And so then we'll get basically energy weapons. So, and that will be awesome possums. But yeah, we'll be firing, you know, data packets, literally. Except this data packet will wreck you when it hits you. But yeah, you know, Tesla was onto things. He just needed more technology. You can't just electrify the air. Yeah. And it's like, too, if you live under a power line, you can technically steal power from the power line. Now, they have ways to detect it, but if you don't get greedy, you can basically sap as much as you want off of it. But they have machines that tell them, normal transmission loss. And but I mean, you're being irradiated essentially, or magnetic fields are affecting you, right? So as long as you don't add to that magnetic field too much resistance, you can just argue that, fuck it, you're moving magnets on my desk because your shitty thing is so close to me. Yeah. Yeah, though beer or ale and pints, to be exact, in the UK are definitely what they refer to as sessions, or we refer to as sessions in North America, I guess. No, actually, no, Europe calls them session beers, but they're essentially, lightly alcoholized drink. Where in the North America, you're looking at you drink for the alcohol versus, the taste. So, or at least that was how they were marketed at one point. So when someone's like, "Oh, I just put down like 6 pints," you're like, "Yeah, 2 to 4%." Oh yeah, IPA probably even started in Canada, if not Europe. Yes, it's correct, backstop, but it's also like 3% versus well, Canada's always had craft beers and craft all this. They just weren't called IPAs. Just like England made ale since like the Middle Ages, right? So, I mean, we can go back, right? But we've always had a craft beer industry. They just weren't allowed to sell them publicly. That's a new trend. I don't follow any sports. All I got is my lovely stocks. That's the only thing I got here. Oh. Hmm. At least Wi-Fi is cheap. Okay, so we're leveling out. So we're almost hitting 10:55. So we got our dip pretty much at 10:30, 10:26. And so after 10:55, which is right here, we can pretty much expect the gas to go up if it doesn't start earlier. So for those that are just new to this YouTube, yeah, we're definitely calm, cool, and collected here. No hype. Because the stock will do what the stock's going to do. And right now, it looks like it's going up. So somebody made a nice, cool 6% at least so far. Oh, geez. a cool 13.5% if you bought the dip today. Not fucking bad. And that is why we follow this stock. Hmm. Yeah, I guess if I knew more about Wi-Fi access points, it would be easier to figure out what I need. The damn problem is power. Oh, cool. So in the US, you can get a little mini dome that goes on top of your RV, and it automatically aims itself at the satellite. So as you're driving your RV, it's automatically adjusting the mini satellite dish to pick up the satellite signals. Ooh, that's like military tech. Pretty cool. Or you could just deploy it on a tripod and it would auto adjust. That is pretty cool. That's basically what I'm building, except I'm just going to use my hands instead of a robot and a tower instead of a satellite. That's pretty cool. Man, the shit you can buy. And hello, Mr. Sontigs. Now, we're breaking the channel. But let's see how it plays out. Hmm. Kentucky, I think. And the other one is Montana. Wonder what the etymology on the word Kentucky comes from. Kentuck? Wonder if that's native. Oh, I got it wrong. Hmm. Well, that's nice. So, alternative to buying a SIM card or a GMRS or whatever breakout board, Huawei sells one of those like rocket sticks, basically a cell phone dongle. You can just plug into USB. Now in Canada, I'd get murdered using that because we have horrible data plans here. But that's not a bad choice for some of my projects, and it's cheap as shit too. $80, completely all and done, no wires. Damn. Guess the problem is just the antenna. It would be weak. Whereas if you had a breakout board, you could hook up, you know, the biggest antenna in the world, I guess. Well, whatever the government will let you until they come and kick you for overdoing it. Hmm. Backstop's a seasonal drinker. AM is a season. Middays a season. Afternoons a season. I'm sure there's a couple seasons in before nightfall. 222 watt hours. Damn. No, I don't think we're going to barcode for the rest of the day. We're going to go sideways for probably the next 3 minutes, and then we'll either go up or go down. And I'm hoping up. Whoa. Macro down channel. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get this to level out. If not, you're right. We're basically just delaying the larger picture. Okay. How expensive is this? $400. All right, so I can get a lithium ion mega battery. Basically a car battery, but lithium instead of lead acid. And she'll pump out 300 watts in a pure sine wave. Geez, I could run a computer off of that. Interesting. Definitely overkill. So it's $2.99 for lithium phosphate, lithium iron phosphate, or $259 for a pure lithium, which has half the lifespan. Probably can do even cheaper. Oof. $102. Nope. 378 watt hour for $300. Now, of course, this is Chinese stuff, so they just make up their measurement half the time. Well, this one's pretty cheap. 155 watt hours for 200. Wow, 2,000 watt hours. Jeez, that's a what, a megawatt hour? You could run a house. Holy crap. 2.1 grand. Yeah. Holy Christmas. I would hate to see if that thing detonates. Blow up the side of your house. They literally write it's an insane 2,000 watt hours of energy storage. Holy crap. I don't even know what you would do with that much power. Like, the hell do you need that much power for? You can run a washer machine. You can run a cooker, air conditioner. Okay, I can see it here. So you could run a chest freezer for 30 hours. Yeah, so if you're thinking multi-day protection, that would make sense. Yeah. Or you can run a drill for 2 hours nonstop, air conditioner for an hour and a half. Okay. Still, whew, that's something. Incredible power. Yeah. Yeah, that's what, but at that point, I just get Tesla batteries. Like, start running real batteries. Versus kind of this packaged crap. Because this is just giving me all these ports and stuff. But I'm paying an extra gazillion dollars to, yeah, like here's 2,000 watts and it cost me 3 grand. But I get all the panels and all the hookups, right? All the batteries. Yeah. Panels. Yeah. 2 100 amp batteries. Yeah. Yeah. That's a way better value to buy the car battery, the lithium car batteries, essentially. But the problem with that is that I have to get a voltage regulator, which I have. I'd have to hook it up. I'd have to fire certify it, and I really don't trust that I won't blow my house up. So it's better to trust the Chinese quality assurance, because at least it's all together. Oh yeah, let's get a lemon in there. All right. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just actually maybe they have the car battery one. If I can get a car battery with I don't need all these silly ports. But then it just makes it more useful. I have a battery backup when I go to the cottage or I'm on a boat. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a thought. Let's see here. Okay, what's the raw batteries cost? Okay, so a 512 watt hour is $377. Okay, so I'm paying 300 bucks to get a 300 watt hour. So they steal 12 watt hours off of me. And it's $77 cheaper. Okay. Well, China, I have a funny feeling that your battery may not be the number you say it is. Oh, they're 12 volts. Ah, that's why. Okay. It's 12 volts at 40 amps. Yeah, that's a little bit different than probably they're measuring theirs off of like 3.7 volt. Yeah. Oh man, that's a crazy amount of power difference. 40 amps? Oof. You take that 12 and you drop it down to 3 or 5. Well, 5, let's say, is what the Raspberry Pi uses. You can essentially double the amps to 80, but I don't even need that many amps. So then you can drop that down to 2 amps from 80. And then that means my overall time just went through the window. But Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, why is my clock in Central Time? Good point. When did that happen? I'll take a look. It just randomly changed itself. It was good this morning. Okay. Let me take a look at this in full screen. Did daylight savings time end or something? Digital clock. Okay. No, it's just it forgot who I was, I guess. There we go. Fixed. Just needed a fidangling. Hopefully that's not going to be a permanent issue. Maybe I can get just a really small lithium phosphate battery. So lithium phosphate pumps out 3.2 volts. Ooh, there's a lithium carbon oxygen battery. There's also a lithium, magnesium, nitrogen. Oh, maybe CO is cobalt. Except it's non-explosive. The highest energy density is lithium, cobalt, oxygen. Except it has a really low cycle life. Yeah, what is lycopo? Me. Lithium cobalt oxide. Oh, neat. I didn't even know that was a thing. So that's the most powerful batteries we got. 3.7 volts, and it holds 200 watt hours per kg. And yeah, NiCad, one of the worst. 40 watt hours per kg. Lead acid, 35 watt hours per kg. Lead acid can't work over 40 degrees Celsius? I didn't know that. And apparently lithium cobalt can explode pretty easy. But you are also packing a shit ton of power. Almost double that of lithium iron. Neat. Must be fun when these things blow up. Yep. The hedgies are changing the clocks. They're fidangling the time. The time failed to deliver. Okay, let's see what Amazon has for just raw batteries. Okay, so 12 volt, 20 amp hour, 479. $12 volt, 6 amp hour, $70. Yeah, so might be better off doing this. It's just buying the battery. I'd just be worried about charging it because I would have to handle the charging, recharging myself. And I really do not want one of these to go Nova inside an apartment. It's probably a link to a PCM. Nope. You talking about my current device? Yeah, I can throw a solar panel on it. But right now I'm trying to solve the problem of Wi-Fi. And it looks like I'm going to have to upgrade my I'm going to have to upgrade my power to the device. So right now it's running off of a battery backpack basically. But if I hook up a Wi-Fi router basically to the area I'm working, that's going to, jack the power usage through the roof. Technically, I only need it online to transmit and receive. So I can basically just flip it on, send the data, flip it off. But that's all going to get horrifically complicated because, I won't be able to communicate with the device, and you have to have time for the Wi-Fi to warm up, and yeah, la, la. So I'm just looking at a larger battery backpack just to simplify things. But the end device is going to be the private policing, the license plate scanner, will have to be powered. It'll have to have a main power off of a street pole or something. I don't think I could get a battery big enough or safe enough because someone would just steal it. It'd be like a $300 battery in there. They just go up there and rob it in the night. So, but by hooking up to main power, if you go to steal it, you get electrocuted. Suck it. Although that's liability insurance, but it's better than being robbed. At least I get to feel good. Like I got fried. Yeah, but I can't run PoE because I can run PoE to the Raspberry Pi. That's doable. But I can't get power to the antenna, right? So that's at least for development, that's the problem. Because right now I'm using a USB powered dongle that's been modified into a can to make it directional. And then I have another one that has its antenna removed and it's customized to a satellite dish. The problem is the one with the antenna removed does not have the ability to be the broadcaster. So I could technically take the big satellite dish and put it outside and then use the little beamer to shoot at the big satellite dish. But that thing is metal and it's huge. So, bit of a problem. So, I'm looking for solutions to try to solve this Wi-Fi issue. So. Yes, I have to build an access point basically, or I can do an ad hoc Um, yeah. So you can see with the link you just gave me, it's going to take a power cable in at some point here. There's PoE, which is 57 volts. In, out. Is this all just PoE? This is PoE to cable, vent. Where's its... This is to a modem? Yeah, so this is just PoE to cable, cable to antenna. So this is just the power box, basically. Or PoE to... Oh, it can transmit itself, eh? Oh, okay, that's good. Ah, so it has both. Okay, so then, yeah, the first solution is what I want. Where it needs a PoE adapter, and then it transmits itself. Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. So, $40 in the US, not bad. Yeah, but I would still have to power the PoE, right? So still sets us, but that's nice and cheap. Yeah, but anyways, I'll figure it out. I'm just watching the stonk here and piddling through Amazon. Just debating if I want to buy like a huge battery backpack or roll my own. Uh, Eventually, yes, but during development, no. You can't walk up to them. Like, I could technically walk up to them, pry off the thing, and hook into them, but legality would be through the roof. And chances are, while I'm hooking, I'd short something out, and I'd blow the street light. So, yeah, not great. But eventually, I'm going to be hooked up to the street power, for sure. Yeah, but for development, not yet. Because yeah, once I'm hooked up to power, then I can just power an access point to Ethernet. So I just run main power. So I don't think our stock's being manipulated by hedgies. It's just a fun thing to throw out there, Barry. Mm-mm-mm. That's providing you got wind. But you still have to store that power, because you can't just use raw power right to a device, because it won't be constant voltage. Unless the power is so high, then you don't have to worry about fluctuations. What was I going to say? To answer your question, backstop, I don't know too much. I basically just kind of tune them out because it's all dumb. I read about the threshold securities. It's not a new thing. And basically just means there's additional scrutiny added to the stock because the stock has been poorly performing. And so it's basically saying that the people that do the clearinghouses, the DTCC or whatever, they have to clear up and resolve all the failed to delivers by end of day, every day. And so they have to cover. So it doesn't mean that that the stock is actually covered. It's just they have to cover the position. So it's like an insurance company. It's like, okay, someone just died. Okay, well, take his body and put a new human there. It doesn't mean that that dead person is unresolved. It's just the problem is solved and everything can keep running. And then you can take that corpse and go sue the person or get your recompense later. But it just means the system doesn't stop for whoever's doing the bad stuff. So the clearinghouse picks up the slack, covers all those positions using government money, basically, and then goes after the people with, I guess, margin calls and lawsuits and whatever else they do, enforcement. But I guess the other side of it is if you're constantly pissing in the well and the government is constantly bailing it out, they're going to get angry and then they're going to start going after people ahead of time. And so I think that's probably maybe what the legislation is really more about is, producing a situation that forces them to get off their ass versus letting it just ride. So anyways, that's what I got from it. So not too big of a deal. And GME was technically a threshold stock from December to early February. And what did that do? Did you notice any, major changes aside from the stock going crazy? So I don't think it's a huge deal. Because if it was, the stock should be flying off the handle because they would be buying up all the bad people. So why aren't we flying through the roof, right? Why aren't they triggering a short squeeze? And the answer is because even though you have, 10 million failed to delivers, the volume is 63 million already. So you could have covered it 10 times over, right? So it's not a big deal. At least that's what I get from it. So. Well, GME went nuts because of people. Didn't go nuts because of the threshold ruling. Because if that was the case, it would have kept going nuts, right? Yeah. Because that's another problem with Reddit is that you have a ruling that goes into enforcement and it's a 24-hour, 7 days a week rule. And then they pick and choose days where it's like, oh, that ruling worked. Here it didn't. It didn't just turn on and turn off. It's running. But, then if it doesn't make the market go up here at the beginning, then why would it make the market go up in the middle? And why would it make it go in the end, right? But they pick and choose and they just make the data fit. When the ruling first hits, okay, that could be the catalyst. Maybe a few days after, because they're, holding back the tide. But it doesn't just turn on, go, turn off, go the other way. It will be consistent damage one way or the other, whichever way it is. Eventually the market will react and overcome it or whatever, but it's not going to flip sides. It's going to pick one and it's going to go. But they seem to just pick whatever they want, make it fit. And it's like, you can't go both ways. You can't help the market and crash the market at the same time. So, anyways. Oh, the shorts definitely covered. That was a short squeeze. And you can see the second short squeeze too, right? They all piled in thinking it was done. And then, of course, the Redditors are like, haha, bitches. And they just murdered them. And back to 400 it went, right? Because initially everyone thought this was a one-off, like every other stock ever, right? And they were wrong. So. But anyways, it's all good. In the hood. We're just trucking along. Hopefully we get a little bit of an uptick. Oh, yeah. I agree. If Robinhood didn't go south, I wonder how high it would have went. Like, I wonder if they could have gotten into the thousands. Because at some point, right, the shares are going to be so thinly traded that you're going to have a spread of like a mile and a half, right? And then all you need is one idiot to say, okay, I'll pay $1,000 for a share. And it will just go whomp right through the roof, right? Because they're buying so quick that even when people sell, the shares are being gobbled up so quickly that it just starts gapping up at, irrational gaps. And so as long as someone's willing to pay, off you go, right? So yeah, anyways, it would be interesting. If Robinhood didn't, throw a wrench in there, I think you might have saw like astronomical FOMO. I wonder if there's a physical top that the government steps in and says, okay, look, like when you hit like I don't know, 300% in a day or 1,000, like 1,000% in a day. Like, I don't even know if that's ever been done. It must. There must be some penny stocks that have gone, quad digit. They get a sudden injection of cash and they go from a penny stock to a $1,000 stock or something. No, wait, penny to $10, right? Yeah, 10 cents would be 10 times. $1 is 100 times. $10 is 1,000 times. Yeah, right. So there must be penny stocks that have done that. But to see it on a normal stock, that's definitely something beefy. Yeah. Yeah. But I think as time goes by, people will learn that, why Reddit's kind of interesting to get you thinking. It's definitely not where you should be getting your financial advice. And people were saying that from day one, and people are like, oh, you're just stupid. You're old. old boomer, but they quickly found out that, market professionals know what they're talking about for the most part. And, their timing might be off, right? Because people are going psycho, but they're not wrong. The fundamentals of the stock market have not changed. It's just, the process is a little different. So, but anyways, you guys are learning, at least from, I consider myself a good source. So at least you're not getting garbage here. But for the rest of those so-called apes, it's going to be a rude awakening when their bank account's like zero. Because, they're just going to keep thinking stocks can only go up. And then they're going to find out that's not quite the case. Some stocks never, ever recover. Actually, lots of stocks don't ever, ever recover. Now, something we don't have to worry about for at least 2 years, but, it's definitely something they're going to have to face. I don't have to worry about that, but since we're having a conversation about it, it's just, there's got to be, a lot of people getting rude awakenings. I got 5 years of experience here, and I've gone through all of this. It's painful. You're making money, losing money. You're up, you're down, you're sideways. The emotions, all of this, right? And these newbies are basically going to go through all of this, make all those mistakes, right? So, anyways, just an interesting thought. Oh, cool. So you can buy lithium batteries that look like giant 9 volts, and you just stick them in a bunch of slots and power your house with a huge friggin' cable. Yeah, that's kind of a neat way to do it. Just go thump, put in 12, and call it a day. Yeah. Yeah, that is a valid tactic, because you got to remember, when a stock goes up, you're getting percentages on the way up, right? And then as a stock goes down, if you're shorting, when you go from $2 to $1, you make double your money, right? And if you go from $2 to $4, you've doubled your money if you're going long, right? But it requires so much more energy to go from 2 to 4 than it does to go from 2 to 1, because, it's a half the distance, or fourth of the distance. Yeah, fourth of the distance, right? So anyways, it gets kind of confusing, but if you wrap your head around that, as you go from 1 to 0, 0 is infinite, right? So as you approach 0, we're talking about approaching infinity, right? So your money goes from wah to wah, right? Because now, when it would have cost you $1 to cover your shares, it now costs you 0.0006 cents to cover. As a result, you can cover gazillions amounts, which means you're fucking rich. So, yeah, there is definitely shorting a company into oblivion is definitely a cash cow, because it's technically infinite money. Technically, it isn't, because I think your shorts have to. The only way you make money is by somebody wanting those shares, right? So if you short, there has to be a buyer. So, or you're borrowing the shares. So there has to be somebody, right? So you can't technically go all the way to zero because eventually all the shares get returned and nobody wants them, sort of deal. But as long as there's a buyer, you can technically ride that horse, you know, God, how much money, right? So, yeah, it's definitely a valid tactic. And they do definitely do that. And that's really kind of what AMC was suffering from, is all the people with long short positions basically, you know, constantly buying, hoping that AMC goes into oblivion, or they, you know, they're buying up all these shares in kind of a loan, and then they're using that in an attempt to lower the price so they can get more shares in their long positions, and then they use those shares, loan them to themselves for their short positions, and then they repeat the cycle, constantly berating the stock down. But it levels out, right? Because you have a seller and a buyer, so you're technically net neutral. But if you time your sells or your shorts, you're producing a down before the up, and so you can basically you can dump before you pump, right? And if you dump for months, you can then wait for it to hit a certain point, and then you can start the pump, you know, versus pump, and then hit the dump. I mean, it's just the same thing, different way. So that is definitely a valid tactic, and it's not illegal because it comes with very high risk. But if you do it too much or too big, it's going to be market manipulation. But it's just yeah. Yeah. Anyways, it's a fun way to do things if when you're rich. We can't do it because we're broke, but you know, you can dream big. Dream big. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We need to get over this white line, but once we do that, then it should be smooth sailing. We're just drifting right now. So if you remember what I was talking about earlier, so when you hit about 1055, that's usually the start of the uptick. So if we slowly go up, we basically went down. There's the course correction to get us where we were supposed to be, you know, a gradual up. And then we're growing to probably about 12. I don't know how high we're going to go, but we'll go to about 12, and then we'll probably come back down, level out, and end up back around 42 or something, somewhere between 42 and 43. If we can get over this line, especially if we get some height, we'll level back down onto the line, and we'll finish the day at 45 or so. Either way, much better than this morning, but that's what we're looking for. So it's either going to be here and this, or it's going to be this and this, or this because it's Reddit. you know, but the odds of that are pretty low. Now this is a power shape right here, so it should start flooring it. Oh, it stopped right at the resistance line. Get that lemon in there. That zest is working. Yeah. Can never have too many lemons. Yeah, option C. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I always have to qualify it with the extreme because it's like, well, it could be A or B. Well, if they're done drinking the bleach, technically, C is possible as well. And there is option D, but yeah, not yet. We'd have to level out. So right now we're going like this angle. We'd have to level out, which is somewhere around, this or one of these. Then we'd roll and roll and roll, and then you get option D. So here we're starting to level out a little bit more. We're starting to turn. But if these stay medium sized, we'll keep our angle. If they don't, we'll go sideways and then roll and then try again or not. But the knot should happen after 12. So we should try again at least once or twice maybe. And then we'll fail in the afternoon. Now today is Thursday. Yeah. So we need as much height as we can going into Friday. Now, is this weekend Black Widow or is last weekend Black Widow? Because I think I started the week thinking it was last weekend. This weekend. Okay. So then our Friday will probably be not too bad because people are going to want to buy in for the bump. And then our Monday should be good. Yep. 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 Perfect. Yeah, well, that was actually the interesting part, Tom. So when people started protesting, Wall Street, and I'm like, okay. And then they all pile in as stocks and they're like, wow, this thing's amazing. You make so much money. And I'm like, oh man, you remember those protests? Yeah. Yeah, I remember. It's like, don't shit on the market. You shit on the people. It's not the market that's the problem. The people that are playing in it. And so, yeah, they've all become stockbrokers because they realize shit's great. Oh man. If I could talk to my younger me, I would have told me to go into finance, be a stockbroker. But I'm only 32 or 4 or something, so it's not too late. I've been doing it for the last 5 going on probably 6 years now. So, yeah. Especially when you get older, being a stockbroker is great when you're a retiree. So, yeah, it's a good skill. But right now, I just have to get my health in order so I can friggin' do cool stuff without feeling like I'm having a bloody heart attack all the damn time. No fun. Do, 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 do. Just checking Amazon. Ooh, look at that push. Zesty. So yeah, that's good. So I expected resistance from this line, but this line was technically arbitrary. So we would have had resistance here. We didn't. Here we didn't. Fucking sexy. Well, looks like we're going for option C. That's why I always qualify. The likelihood of us just randomly stepping on the gas that hard. Shit. Look at it go. These guys are retarded. But this is the whole wet blanket thing I talk about. Once it lifts, right? So whatever the hell was the wet blanket, Dow's been on a rip since 11. Man, like we go into like the Marinara Trench, and then we fucking start blasting off to space. Like, what kind of shape is that? Like, yeah, what? like even this is such a weird shape. It's like, uh, such a horrible fuck. Whatever. So I don't think this is gonna hold, just because it's a little high, but it's impressive. But the higher we go before we come down means we'll settle higher, which is great. And then I think that's going to put us back, I'd say 50. 51 should put us back on track to getting out of this hole. Because now we're basically looking at a giant chalice. So instead of this shape, right, we got this shape, like a bird. So this is the bat shape for the most part. And that's quite possible. Oh, I misdrew it. We're down here, but this should have completed, which I guess it did actually. So it did complete. So we have basically not a crown, a dome shape, which completed with the crash today. And so when we completed it, this is the bounce that basically got us halfway up. Yeah, good. And now we can do whatever. So this might be just a partial bounce, right? And we go down. But if we can get over the 50% mark, then it might have staying power. If not, it's just a dead cat bounce on the way down. But either way, it's still better than it just rolling. But we should have gotten a bounce anyways. Because you also can see, too, the last time we were down here, we bounced, right? Right up to 64. So we should get something similar to that going on now. I don't know if we're going to go to 64 today, but that's, yeah, I didn't realize we went that low, actually. Yeah, 30, we hit 38, yeah. So that's basically as low as when we retracted down from 70, when we went up that first time and we came whipping down. So, yeah, we could easily bounce. Plus, all the people that have been buying in all the dips, they're going to want to floor in as soon as it starts to, yeah, see all these people, they're above them now. As soon as these people here, well, maybe not these guys, but here, here. Yeah, so once we get back into the 50s, they're going to start adding steam. Yeah, well, that's a good change. You can see the volume ramped up. I was busy looking at lithium batteries, but yeah, you can see the ramp up's good, which means it has staying power. Aw, beauty. It's actually getting even sharper. So it's going like this. Now it's going like this. And if it goes any sharper, it's going like this. And the beauty of these going like this is that it takes effort for it to start curving, right? So you got all of this like angle leeway, if you will, well, between vertical and here. So as long as you're within this, you're still going to keep flying up. because it's not even close to slowing down. Ah, very nice. Unexpected. Definitely unexpected. Yeah. That is... Yeah, I expected a drift. Oh, you know what? This might be a breakout. I just see it now. Yep. Yeah, it was a pennant. And did it hesitate? Hesitated. Hesitated. And breakout. That's what it was. Well, I mean, it's still silly, but there's the pennant. I can see it now. Because I expected it to keep drifting, right? Against that support line. But yeah, now with hindsight, I can see the hesitation, which shows you there's a line. So this line could even be shifted down just a tiny bit, right about here. Yeah. But the thing is, too, like, I could have seen this breakout coming, but the fact that it just decided to stop and go up, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It broke out because it went up. Yeah, but what was the change? At 11:31, it just decided, fuck it. And all the greens got bigger, started to get more aggressive. This part is now the bull run, but this part here is a change in behavior. So that part you can't see coming, this here. But this part, that's predictable. Now that we know it's a part of a pennant, we can judge the size of it. So if this is the midpoint, the width of the midpoint, that's about how high. Half of this is the minimum, or the whole thing is about where we're going to go on average. So we can just take that, drag it over here, and there you go. See how it lines up with this? So that's our initial run, and then this is round 2. Now round 2 is not going to be as strong, so we might get pulled back to that red here. If we don't, then sky's the limit. Yeah. And they said technical analysis to... Yeah, pretty good. It's a nice push. Oh, I guess we need more lemons in here. There we go. Giant lemon. Can't stop, won't stop. So I still haven't solved my Wi-Fi. All right, I'm going to grab a tiny bit of food while this is rolling. Hopefully, as long as it doesn't go over 50%, which is where it is now, it shouldn't continue. So we can, like, shouldn't continue going down, is what I should say. So if we take this to here, so 50% is here actually. So it's got to stay above 50% to continue going up. If not, it runs the risk of getting pulled down to the bottom of this box, and I'll BRB. Sorry about that. I had to use the washroom. Drop the kids off at the pool. So yeah, we don't want to be on the half line. So here we go up, can't do it, get pushed under, stay under, get pushed up over, pulled back under, float. So this 0.25 supports us. We come back, don't want to be there, and then finally we break out. So this is probably not predictable, this last piece. You should have collapsed generally, because the amount of energy required to go up, right? Red has hit you a few times and you weren't able to go up. So the likelihood of you going down is quite high. But whatever, they YOLO'd it. So as you're going through this, once you get to this kind of point where it's leveling out, you can draw a channel. And then when it breaks the channel, like here, you know it's gonna fly a little bit. Yeah. The saving grace is that all this energy is still there. So we didn't go, we hit basically the 75% retraction point, but it was off of a very high point. And then we didn't go any further. So yeah, if we shrink this down just to here, just to this. So this would paint a little bit better picture. So we get pulled, we recover, we get pulled, we recover. Oh, sorry. Here we go. There. So we spent most of our time in like the upper quadrants, 61, 75, and then the halfway marks here. So we get pulled under, we hit the bottom, and then this is a muffled recovery. You could break this out into kind of like this. So break this one down, half of it, turn this one green as well, and then like average it out a little. So looking at that though, none of that should say that this should be a big green, right? The fact we bounced off the bottom is one thing. Whoops. But this should have just been a roll and go down. So. And we might even see that this might be too much and we might get punished for it. But until that happens, I'm making a lot of money today. Jesus. So if we go from here, 22% or so. Jesus. But the reason I was showing you that is that if you're having trouble doing technicals, don't think it's super easy, right? You know, that should have failed. That should have turned into like a downwards thing, right? You could kind of argue there's a wedge here, but look at how close it is to the bottom, right? Like it's just a millimeter to crash, right? And it really should have, but they floored it, and as a result, off you go, right? And the higher and higher you go, the greater the retraction risk is. So this hasn't been paid for. Well, this kind of helped. This helped, but all of this is not paid for. So it's going to try to get back down here. Now, it built a bit of strength here, so that should support it. But if there's any weakness, it will pull itself back down. We're not completely home free yet. But we've had so many days of negativity, so there's probably undue. People want to buy, they want to get in. We may not route, just like we didn't route this morning, right? So Yeah. And that's why I'm always hesitant to when people ask for price predictions, right? You know, who would have saw this coming? I mean, I saw a recovery. This I pretty much saw coming, but this, no, not at all. I mean, a huge change in volume. We went from Sleepy Joe to, gasoline fire, right? So, and all of that, this is predictable once you realize there's a pennant, but it's this part. This part I don't think anyone saw coming because we should have drifted kind of like this. Then we would have had our breakout much later in the day, but they just preempt it. And then we had our breakout here versus much later in the day. But yeah, good times. Okay, so that roll's not too bad, about 50%. So if it stops, we're going for another run. Nice. Yep. So essentially this levels out, right? And they're pushing, but we're at the 50% mark. So that's a good point to break. And then if we close up to this white line, then off we go for a second run. Sweet. So a cigarette lighter is 12 volts and up to 8 amps. Woo. That's pretty beefy. right. Bounced off the top. Yeah, today's a pretty good day. Oh, so Limboni, we just, I think I just covered that for you again, but yeah, we were drifting up, which was kind of expected. It was, we gone down too far. We hit a support line. We bounced and we started drifting up, but something changed around 11:20 or so. They just started to gas, and then it ended up breaking out of a pennant, which may have been what they were trying to do. Maybe they gassed it in an attempt to break it out, and then when it broke out, everyone FOMOs in, and they're manipulating, right? Sort of deal. Whoever they may be. But yeah, all the people that bought here just got a cool 13%, or sorry, 22%. Jeez, fuck, that's a lot of money. Up 1/4 of your accounts. So anyways, we're now batting against the roof here. So I'd like us to be in the 51s to have a good Friday. But this is good. At least we're up in the clouds, so we have room to come down. So I'm just looking at Ethernet cards and battery-powered backpacks. Why we're running the stock here. So if I don't react to the stock movement like immediately, that's why. I'm just looking at another screen and I just keep checking back. So we're bouncing off the bottom, but a good bounce. Okay. Now we're hitting the roof. We're just back and forth. So this is, for those that are new, this is, there's support lines here and they're bouncing between them. So normally on a bad day, you'd bounce, roll, and the second time or third time you'd go through the floor. But you can see by the sizes of the greens that we're aggressively trying to go up. So we roll, which is natural because we went up so high. But this part could have been much worse. Green floors it. We're hitting a roof, so it's natural. We're going to roll. If red's not severe, it's going to roll up, and then we're going to take off. Oh, excuse me. All right. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what you get for having icy cool hands. Pays off. But yeah, the 9% in the pre-market was a little bit, for me. But as soon as we started the day, I knew it wasn't going to be that bad. I didn't expect it to be this good, but I didn't expect it to be much worse. Because pre-market too, if the pre-market's bad consistently, it's not retail investors that are doing that. It's bigger fish doing it. So they're worrying and they're panicking about something, right? And we know that this stock is heavily dominated by retail. And the only limiting factor of retail is that they don't have infinite money. So you got bigger fish pulling out, causing splashes everywhere. But if the retail investor just gets to buy it at discount, he gobbles it up, right? Which is what you just saw here. And you might have gotten some medium fish getting back in to ride the wave, basically. But as long as the sentiment of the retail investor does not go completely sour, i.e., Aaron goes on a shooting spree, tells everyone, America sucks, Nazi Germany #1, whatever, right? As long as that doesn't happen, or the pandemic, gets really bad, that's another risk. Or movie theaters hate us. Aside from that, we're going up because we're good for 2 years, and the retail investors don't pull out their money because they don't care. We still got stuff to show, and the pandemic is ending. It's all coming up Millhouse. So, yeah. And actually, too, if we do keep stabilizing like this, I think we'll have another 100% day coming up, actually. Because what that's going to do is we're going to level out, and then all the naysayer big fish are going to go, well, you know what? We got it wrong. Let's get in before it takes off. And then that's going to start, just like it did before, that tick up, and then it's 20%, then 30%, then another 20%. Then the shorts get squeezed, and then the big fish become longs, and whomp, up we go again. Then we flash crash because we went up too high, but you get the idea, right? So that's getting a little bit ahead. We still have to turn this around, but if we can maintain a positivity like this, or just delay long enough, it's just a matter of time. So we may go down before we go up, but if we can drag it out long enough, then I think we're going to have positivity in the end. So, but anyways, so for those that are, panicking a little bit or a little worried, that should help you a little. But, I'm rationalizing. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm rationalizing the threat. and I'm just orating it so that you guys can understand what's going through my head. So by, weighing out the threat, I can assess if I'm going to lose all my money and go back to eating dog food or not. And in this case, it doesn't look like I will. I won't have to fight the doctor for the scraps at McDonald's. Oh, we're really running against the top. So when you run against the top of something like this, you're essentially bouncing like this on a microscopic level, and then eventually you'll break through. Usually it's 3 times touching, and you break through or fail. So if we just draw a line here. So we touched once, went over, resets, 1, 2, 3, and down, come back, 1, and we're not there yet. So this would have been the one that would have went the furthest, because that's the 3rd time crash. And then this is the start of the, let's call them waves, the 2nd wave. So it's going to go 1. This is 2. So this one should get retracted. Too much, too quick. And then or just fucking floor it. So normally that gets retracted. It might still, actually. They're dumping. Holy shit. All right. Well, anyways, normally that would come back, but they're just fucking flooring it with volume. So who cares? And then when it comes back, then this would normally happen if it wanted to go up. So it'd get pulled back, then it would try again, and that would be the 3rd time. And it may just wiggle on the line, and that counts as a 3rd touch, and off it goes. But evidently, you saw it try to pull back, and they just said, fuck no, and dump money. But that pullback that we saw here would have usually come back if they didn't just dump. God, fucking crazy. At least the volume's positive, right? So I was talking about that yesterday, and I was like, the volume's not high enough in the red for us to really be worried. So it's more a few sellers and no buyers. So we're drifting down the wrong way, but we're not going there at any speed. And you can see now the volume today, we got 92 mil, and we haven't hit 1 o'clock yet. So there's definitely way more energy in the upswing than there is in the downswing. And that's good. That means, actually, that's great, because it means people are still happy and positive about the stock, whoever those people may be. So that's good news for us. And yeah, the volume has really picked up. Someone just put down another 70,000 shares. Now we're might be getting into FOMO. God, blood red market, eh? AMC pulls hat out of ass. Newegg is down 30%. I would like to officially say called it, as did most of you guys that follow. We knew that was coming. It got delayed by a day. It went up one more day, but off she went. What goes up must come down. We just don't know when. That's the thing. But it will come down eventually. On the stock market game, every single company will eventually go to zero in the long run. It atrophies out to zero. A company will eventually die at some point, sometime, somewhere in the future. So it's always a net zero game, net sum zero. Yeah. So we're always working against gravity. But like Coca-Cola, you might have 300 years before that happens, right? Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, yes. Speaking of braking and flying. Yeah, where's the... Yeah, here we go. So we're now touching the... we just erased yesterday. Excellent. Now we're probably touching... Yeah, we're coming up on the day before. So 2 yesterdays ago, we're coming up on that. So once we get through that, then we should gap up to 50. And after that, it's the descent or the ascent, sorry, to 56. Okay. Highly doubt we're going to do all of that today, but here's hoping. I guess we need a few more lemons. Can never have enough lemons. There we go. Citrus is working good today. Well, hello, Zeus. Can you even hail a lemon? I guess all... What would you do? All squeeze? No. Guess you can zest. But that damages the lemon. I'll have to think about this. I haven't put a lot of... Oh, damn, Zeus. Damn, Zeus. 23% in your back pocket. When you hail lemon juice, it's lemonade. Oh, shit, we're going to... Nice. Well, I'm glad you bought the dip, Zeus. Very overdue for you. And I'm glad you recognized the dip. Yeah. But see, that's what I'm talking about. You win some, you lose some. And in this case, you just won a lot. So, very well done. No, it's our foes. Our lemons rain down acid on our foes. If you don't have faith in the lemons, we sprinkle you with acidic rain. Your crops are burned from the land. It's scorched earth. It's our version of rapture. And the lemon will rise up like the sun, and the great acidic rains will come, and it will be slightly sweet and refreshing, but then your skin starts. Good times. Yeah. Well, I'm wondering how Reddit's feeling right now, you know? They probably went from crying to screaming with joy, right? But aside from this kind of excitement from the gassing, you can see my tone has been pretty much the same all day. You know, I, this last hour has been amazing, but up until that, meh. You gotta have some. Oh, lost my mouth. Gotta have some patience and gotta keep those motions in check, or you're gonna get wrecked. Because yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And if you try to sprint everywhere, your poor heart's going to give up. Uh, and unfortunately, my heart's not bad. It just feels like it's bad. So I have to stay calm, cool, and collected anyways, or I'll be in trouble. I'll have to take a tray day off of, I'll call it a tray day off of YouTube when he makes predictions and then disappears for 3 days because he got them fucking completely wrong. Be like, oh, my stomach is acting up. Gotta go, guys. Yes, I agree, Zeus. That's why I watch Reddit from time to time, is just to gauge the sentiment. They're saying garbage and it's all garbage, but when they stop talking about AMC, actually I checked on the so there was all that FUD yesterday, right? And there was a ton of posts about whatever. And I'm like, I wonder how that has an effect on the Reddit. So I just looked at their subscriber count. I remember them being around 400,000, somewhere around there. And I was impressed because I was like, wow, it's now 367,000. I don't know if I was just imagining things, but a 30,000 drop just overnight or within the last time I checked, it's starting to show that people are. Oh, actually, I wonder if it's gone up now. Let's see. I'm gonna go check if it's gone back up. You can see that people are getting tired and they don't like losing and all that sort of stuff. It's 377, so they gained 10,000 since I checked this morning. Yeah, good stuff. Well, you could. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now, and it's first thing I see is lewd, dicks, and a whole bunch of other shit. Yep. Well, we missed nothing. God. Ugh, kill me. Ugh. So I'm just looking at network access points. Yep. Yep. As much as Reddit's cancer, it helps keep the hype. Exactly. And as I said countless times, it's not a matter of if it's right or wrong. It's just the results. But we should not be fooled that they can turn on a dime, right? Still a distinct possibility. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're bouncing. What is it, 1 o'clock? Okay, that's not too bad. So again, if we can stay out of the 50% mark, which is around here, then we'll continue going up. We'll do this. If we go below this because it's later in the day, then we'll still most likely stay above 46 or so. I don't expect us to go all the way down. We'll just get a lemon in there just in case. Yeah. Yeah. If we settle high, I think we'll gap up on a Friday. And that's kind of what I was talking about maybe an hour ago, is that when I had those lines here, if we can just settle in the clouds, then it sets us up. And I was hoping for about a 45 close. Well, we're now at 48. So if we can get into a 50 close, then we're going to gap tomorrow morning, because we'll be back into. So when we gap down here, it's because we had a technical breakdown and there's no support here, right? And so the same thing is here. We can gap right up from 50 to 53, which would be Friday. Actually, I can do this here, so you can see it better here. So there's a gap here, right? And that's what corresponds with this guy here. So once we started testing these people, we free fell into here, right? We ended up actually going all the way to here, but we fell from here to here over the course of like 2 days. And so this is the gap I don't want us to go through. So that was where we tested 37, which is this bottom, which is here. If we kept going, then we're down to 30 and we start to go into this, and I don't want to be there. But we went from 31 to 72 in a day. Now that had a bit of a run up. But if this is the start of a run up, right, then the Friday will gas us into the 60s. And if that's the case, then we'll go up even higher. So then this is basically your resting period, and you're basically doing an up, a down, a resting period, and then you go up even higher. And that gives you this shape, which we've seen a million times, right? That's your N shape. It's just over a bigger thing. So there's the bottom of the N. Here's your reds, right? So now we just need a humongo green in the span of 1 to 2 days. And then we would friggin' go to 100. But we'll see. I mean, we're still in the weeds. We're at least off the bottom, so things are a lot better than they were. But we have to get above this white line at minimum, and this white line if we want to break out. We need to get over this guy, 73. But if we can get up anywhere close to this white line, then I think FOMO is going to push us up. So even if this continues, we go like this, we bounce, and then we we blast off. If we break this line, we would fly straight up. Yeah. So, anyways, so that's what we're looking at. Volume is still low compared to a good ramp up, but it's not garbage. So not bad. It's been solid gains all day minus the initial drop. Sweet. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, and see, we didn't test. So that's a very good sign. So we didn't test the 50% mark, which is probably around here, right? So we went and this is the top. We went some more, which gave us some height to go down. So we went down, but because we went up, we had more room. So we didn't even test it, which means we're going to go up. And that's great. So we're not even done yet. Unless there's some type of crazy flash crash, I think we're still going up. We can do a tight channel here. Yeah. So pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, and actually, so as much as this is the breakout line, let's say for a run, we'll actually have a miniature breakout here. So we're basically going into a U shape right here. But if we get over this line, which I think we will, we're going to get a push up. Then it will probably wiggle, and then we'll go up. Yeah, and I think you're going to see that right now, actually. Yeah, as you can see, it's testing the line. So there's resistance here, and now you see resistance here, which proves there's a line here. Which means when this breaks, it's going to run. Yeah. So Tom's 4 minutes to breakout was incorrect. More like 4 seconds, mother chucker. But it might be 4 minutes to the major breakout, which is the top line. Although I think that's a little too optimistic. I would say at least 10 minutes. But, you know, it could do it in one. Yeah. I'm not going to complain. Oh shit. Did he? Oh, you're right. You're right, Tom. Oh shit. Well done. Damn, Gina. Oh, 3-0 dams? Oh, damn. Damn. Oh, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So good. It's funny when you wrote that because I was looking at the timestamp because I'm like, wait, let's see if, because I was just looking at the chat. I'm like, I don't know what time he said that. Then I'm like, ah, shit. And then you post, you got it wrong, punk. No, our boost got shot. All right, have fun, Tom. Have fun. Do 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 do. Okay, we're bouncing on the bottom, but we're still above the line, so that's good. So that was the more dangerous drop here, but as long as we're above the line, then we're going to basically do a W, and we're going to do this. If we get below this line, then we risk a breakdown because we'd be back in the pennant, this shape, and then we break down. And that's why these lines are kind of useful, because or you can use a moving average. We'll show you this as well, because you're moving along the timeline, like horizontally is time, and you're maintaining a price above a certain point, hence you're above the line. But if you start going down faster than you're going sideways, you would be below the line, right? So what this is telling you is that the speed at which you're losing money is not that quick, which means we have a good chance of going up, if you think of it that way. Yeah. Sweet, like clockwork. So we don't want to see it go up too fast. We want it to level out and then form about, this size of a shape. We take that and put it to here. So we should be kind of going sideways for the remainder of that. Okay. Let's see if local people have. Since Amazon is actually more expensive than local sometimes. They're getting too cozy. Still trucking as expected. Yes. Can't read it because my eyes are all blurry, but I can make out either team or Tom, and I think organics, but you know who you are. Broad-based market sell-offs happen quite frequently. And usually, like, let's say if the Dow and the S&P and the NASDAQ all go red at the beginning of the day, it will set off a cascading negativity. I guess a really good way to think of it is that over time, a stock all stocks get like gunk attached to them. And so once in a while, you need a shake either up or down to get off the dead weights, basically. And so the more the stock is shaked or shook, I guess, shaken, if I spoke English, it will become more stable and its direction will be more constant. And so when a market is going nothing but up, you're getting all this gunk because it hasn't gone the other way for a long time. And as soon as the slightest wind blows, it all falls down like a house of cards. And then it will fix itself. So you need like a reset to kind of clean it out. And so you get that boom bust cycle frequently. On the bigger scale, it's the 8-year US markets blow up and the US goes into a recession every 8 years for some silly reason. But it's the gunk, right? So the housing crisis and all of that, they were doing evil things, building that gunk, and eventually it hits a breaking point and then pop. But in the medium and short term, we'll see a little bit of red days after a few green days. That's normal, easy. This is a more medium term. So now we're getting a 0.7, 0.71, 0.75, 0.54. These aren't huge numbers. This isn't a big deal. But because everyone else was green for so long, once a few people set off that negativity, it cascades. But these are good because if we have a broad-based sell-off, it cleans out the gunk on everyone because it goes through the market, right? Versus, AMC goes down, GME goes down, he goes down. This sector might go down a little bit, right? They get cleaned out, but the rest of them are all gunk filled, right? But when there's a bit of a panic, that gets all the weak hands out of there, gets all the people on the bleeding edge with their bad bets. They're gone, margin called, or it's too risky. So anyways, so as long as it doesn't turn into a major rout, because then people are leaving because people are leaving, and then you're fucked. So yeah, but we're not there. You can see up here, the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ are 0.5, 0.7. When they start saying 3, 5%, 15%, you start shitting bricks. Big time. If that, however, probably said like 15%, AMC would be like $0. Like we would go into oblivion because if the market goes down that much, we must be gone. Like Russia's invaded and nuclear war started or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know what would set us off a 30%, 15 to 30% reduction at this point. I guess maybe you could do it with bad monetary policy. Yeah. Yeah, because nuclear war would make your stock market probably go into like 80% reduction because you don't need money when you're dead, right? So everyone would just run for the hills. A 15% reduction would probably be something like, like a Great Depression event. Money gets out of control. I don't know. Oh, let's say the internet just stops working for some reason. That would do it because all your companies that rely on the internet can't make money anymore. So let's say there's just this crazy ass virus that destroys the internet. Every time someone spins up IP, it ruins it, right? That would make the market go because all that uncertainty. We know a solution would happen, but for that short period of time, they can't make any money. And that might be months, might be years, and that uncertainty would cause a crazy rout. Now that would make a good James Bond movie. You create a virus that destroys the internet, and then people would pay to see that because they'd be like, "Oh, what if my cell phone doesn't work? I won't be able to talk to everyone on Facebook." That's scary. But where are my TikToks going to go? Of my cat. Yeah. Anyways, so point is, it would take something very catastrophic for us to have a real broad-based. And hopefully in this time of this stream, we'll never experience one. But if I keep this stream up for more than maybe 2 years, if I keep doing this for like the next 2 years, we're going to probably run into one. We're way overdue. So, and no problem, whatever your name is, because my eyes are still blurry. I can't read. Team Organics. There we go. I had to lean in real hard. So, yeah. So anyway, so this isn't bad either. So we legged out, right? But instead of starting up the U shape, right? The U shape would have been here. We failed at the corner. Well, we failed slightly before the corner, but well, like 1 minute. So it's probably just my bad drawings. We broke the 50%, but we're trying to head back. So we might come back like this. If we don't, then we're going to do a dome shape and we'll bounce off this line and make another attempt. Yeah. And we'll see. Yeah, actually, if we had a serious EM detonation, like a crazy solar flare, yep, that would do it too. But of course, all these companies are hardened against EM strikes. But if there was a catastrophic EM strike, right? Just like there was they just found out like a couple months ago, there was an exploding, the frig is it called? Not a binary star. It's the ones that spew out. They're basically a black hole that spews out either end. A quasar? No. Pulsar. A pulsar. So anyways, there was like an explosion gazillions of years ago, but there was a bleeding edge of gamma ray death basically wiping through the universe from that explosion, and it flew through Earth. So we all got like a free cancer treatment about a month ago. This death ray just basically whammed through us. I was like, oh, great. Yeah. Because, yeah, I mean, I guess the gamma radiation has, what is it? Lost some of its energy. So it might have been higher than gamma, and now it is gamma. But yeah, we got a free dosage there. But what are you going to do about it? Like hide under some lead, you know? Oh shit, here comes a death ray. Everyone get under lead. Like, damn. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, the takeaway story, right, is we would probably see it before it happens, but we couldn't sense the gamma until it, hit us, because we can't see it because it's not faster than light. Right? No, it travels at the speed of light. Hold on. No, gamma travels slower than the speed of light, because if it traveled at the speed of light, it would blow right through you. And then gamma, beta, alpha are different sized particles, but they travel at different speeds, which is why they have different penetration abilities, if I got that right. Or they all travel at the speed of light, but they just have different frequencies. I don't know which one it is because I can't remember. I used to know all this, but anyways, so yeah, no fun. If we just get hit by death rays, we'll know a little too late. Yeah. But the good news is we can withstand a good amount of radiation. The bad news is there's a lot of radiation. Imagine that, you go underground, you're working in a mine, you come out and everyone's dead. All life on Earth is toast, except for maybe marine life. And you're like, all the plants look good, but they're going to be dead within like a week or two. You're like, everything's dead. All the bacteria, all the bugs, oh, except for the ones that are in the ground. So maybe ants and stuff will be okay. Cicadas will be okay. But and actually, I guess you'd still have microbes. They would just be under the surface. So you'd lose all the surface bacteria, flies. But anyways, point is, it would be nuts. That would make for a good sci-fi. You're just like, oh, well, that was a good day at the coal mine. Guys? Guys? Yeah, well, it depends on the strength of the death ray, right? So if the death ray is a lot, then you would need a lot of lead or earth to absorb it, right? To slow it down. Gamma requires like what, 3 feet of concrete to slow it down? Yeah. Or maybe it's even more. I think, yeah, it's 3 feet of solid concrete slows down gamma to a less harmful whatever. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Most people are living in houses full of radon. Or I shouldn't say most people. A lot of people are living in houses full of radon, and they don't even know. That's a much bigger threat to your health than atmospheric death rays. I got distracted looking at things on Amazon. Curse you, Amazon. Distracted me. I got to get this internet things. Yeah. I don't know. I used to know all this because I had a little bit of training in CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear. But God, I can't remember anything because my brain's fried. Gamma concrete penetration. So it's several inches of lead and a few feet of concrete. So I think it's 3 to be safe. You could probably somewhere between 2 to 3. Yeah. So frequency changes. I think they all travel at the speed of light, but the frequency is what gives the damage. Yeah. Okay. And then alpha are the neutrons from the nucleus. Beta particles are fast moving. I think, are they electrons? No, they're fast moving single. No, they are electrons. Carbon 19. Oh, anyways, used to know this. But anyways, yeah, gamma no good. And really, gamma's not that big problem, except for every time it flies through your tissue, it could hit your DNA and potentially mutate. X-rays can be produced naturally or by machines using electricity. Yep. They're photons of pure energy. X-rays and gamma rays have the same basic properties but come from different parts of the atom. X-rays are from the process outside the nucleus, but gamma comes from inside the nucleus. They're also lower in energy and therefore less penetrating than gamma rays. Neat. Yeah. Anyways, used to know all this. Today you learnt about radiation. Technically, alpha and beta particles are far more damaging to your health. If you ingest them, you're toast. There's no hope in hell. Whereas if you ingested a gamma source, arguably it'd just be beaming shit all over you. But the damage, alpha and beta can't go through skin for the most part. But if they're inside you, it's like shooting cannonballs through your body because they're huge. Whereas gamma is tiny, so you're shooting millions of little bullets. Not so bad. But yeah, the Russians taking out people using alpha or beta laced tea, perfume. That's some pretty ruthless shit. But anyways, moral of the story is don't drink strange stuff from strangers. Yeah. Still okay until we get under this white line. So we can still fully recover. And then once we get under this white line, we go into a different play area. Huh. We didn't lose many people talking about nuclear radiation. Man, of all our topics, people like the radiation. Guess they can relate. Man, I'm looking at everybody's reviews on networking. It's either 1 star or 5 stars. It's like, this is the greatest thing since Swiss cheese. This is total garbage. Doesn't work. It's on fire. It's like, oh my God. Can we have some in betweens? I'm kind of leaning towards getting a non-directional antenna that has beam forming. And so it just points the beam and makes its own, laser. That seems like the smarter idea than trying to point two dishes at each other. Yeah, we covered that earlier, Freedom. We definitely completed a dome shape and we bounced. That's what happened in the morning. Um, definitely, because it was breakout, run up to 70. We were inside a pennant. We were inside another pennant. We broke down from the pennant, and then we crashed. Overnight, if you will. And then we hit the bottom, and luckily bounced very well. And then that's where we are now. Yeah. But yeah, you're definitely right. That's what we're going through. Well, the bounce is guaranteed for the most part. I would say like 90% of the time you bounce unless things are horribly wrong. The amount we bounced is the bullish part of it. The fact we bounced is normal, but how much we bounced is abnormal. So yeah, it's a bullish sign because the bounce gives us the turnaround for free. So it stops us from crashing, gives us a chance, and we took the chance and ran with it. And that's the part that matters. If we don't run with it, that's your cue that something's wrong and we're going to go into oblivion because you had the chance, you were given it, and you didn't take it, which means you don't want it, which means we're in trouble. And that's really the takeaway. But in this case, we took it and we took it good. So then this should hopefully start the reversal. So now we're now on the climb up back to 60, whatever, right? Oh, no problem. Yeah. I have experience in this, so I don't mind sharing it. But again, nothing's guaranteed, right? But if all things stay the same, we are on path. So keeping with the pattern or the slope from earlier, we can attach it to say here. And then this is probably our how we're going to climb up. So we'll wiggle over this line until we get to 49.86. No, wagon wheels are something else. Look up Joe Louis, Dr. Overkill. I think that's similar to your moon pies. Or Vachon, Vachon, I think is the parent company. Excuse me. So we're trucking along the line. Almost like I know what I'm doing. Almost. That's the unofficial tagline of this channel. I've learned more about antennas in the last 5 hours than I've cared to learn. I'm definitely not much closer to an answer. But I guess it's complex. I have a series of problems. And then the question is, you can go the full cost solution, just buy to solve all your trivial problems. Or you go mid cost and you try to buy something that covers 90% of your problems. Or you go low cost and you end up having more problems, but you can probably solve them with other purchases of low cost items, and it ends up being cheaper, and you learn something. And sometimes too, low cost doesn't mean garbage. It's just low cost, I mean price to performance. So like buying a lithium battery, just the battery. Oh, we're breaking the channel. versus buying one that's packaged. And it boils down to how much effort you want to put into it, I guess. I'll figure it out. That's going to be the after stream problem. Oh. They're not like Thin Mints. The Joe Louis are huge. Yeah. Well, laser antennas are real. Well, I mean, laser transmitting is real. They use it all the time for secure data communications. A lot of actual countries have laser towers that shoot lasers across the country because you can stream incredible amounts of data. The downsides to laser is, well, I guess power consumption, and two, it's optical, meaning it can be blocked. You put a big piece of wood and you've cut off your network, right? So, but the upside is you can beam at the speed of light, point to point. Like as long as you can see it, you can shoot it. And so you don't have to worry about cables, transmission, nothing. You just blast away, right? So, pretty good. And technically they are cheap. It's just the infrastructure to put it up isn't cheap. And it doesn't really work for what I'm trying to do. Like I could shoot a laser to the bus stop, but then it's like I have to make sure it doesn't move within tolerance. And it's like, oh God. Now, since you're a youngin' though, overkill, you should look up the CIA realized that you can measure distance with a laser, right? So you can tell by if you burst the light and it bounces and comes back, you can measure in the millimeters the the time, right? The total return time. That's how radar works, sonar works, blah blah blah. Take that a step further. If you can measure a window and the window is flexing, you can then measure the displacement of the window, which is like measuring the displacement of a speaker, which means you can actually listen into a room by reading the vibrations off the window, by measuring the displacements, then turning it around into audible sound. So they have laser listening devices that you just point it out a window and it's muffled, but you can hear what's inside. Yep. And you can actually buy those, I believe, because it's really not that complicated technology. Now, I think that was the 60s, maybe the 80s. So that was like, whoa. Now it's like, but neat concept, though. Something to think about. Yeah. Yeah, I think as energy becomes more prevalent, I think we're going to see more stuff with magnetics. So we're going to have electrical fields that just run. And when you walk into them or interact with them, it uses that to judge where you are by your displacement in the electrical field. The problem now is it's waste of power. Do it with optical or whatever, right? But if power becomes so prevalent, then we might start doing like, put an electrical field around your car. And if something gets within range, instead of beaming out ultrasonics, you just make a bubble of energy. And when that energy is broken or touched or manipulated, you can then react. And that would be like the equivalency of having a bazillion sensors, right? When you only need like, I don't know, let's say one for each side to maintain the field, right? We do use that already. That's the Hall effect. We use that for sliders and capacitive touch. When your finger gets close, it affects the field. So we already have that, but on a grand scale, car size, house size, I don't know, people size, right? That's what's coming, I think. But we would need to have cheap and light battery or power sources. Yeah. Manipulating gravity, is that even possible? I guess it's not. Because all you have to do to beat gravity is just do a counter force. But I don't think you can remove the force of gravity until you stop the Earth from spinning. Yep, a laser microphone. Yep, I think that's what they're called. But we already do beat gravity with maglev or any airplane. Right? Airplane is just going so quick it doesn't crash, where maglev is literally floating as long as it has power. It might even float without power. It just can't move. Yeah, I think for safety reasons, it probably still floats. The magnets stay alive. They just can't change state. Yeah. Or the train is the magnets and it's the rail that changes. I don't really know. I don't own a mag lever. Oh, yeah. Well, that's possible. Anti-grav is possible. That just requires a lot of energy. We can do it right now. We do it, you know, but we just need more energy if we want to do, ridiculous stuff. Like you can technically build a strong enough electromagnet that you would hover off the earth, but it'd have to be so friggin' strong because there's not a lot of stuff to push against, right? And so the amount of energy you're displacing is just ridiculous. But if you have some type of weird ass, crazy fusion 0 point energy device, well, fuck it. You can do it. But yeah, that's going to be a while. I mean, we would have laser weapons, we would have rail guns, we would have floating battleships before we get to the point of UFOs. Or at least UFOs that hover from apparently no type of propulsion. Yeah. Yeah. Fast rotation does alter gravity. That is correct. So by spinning around, it also affects time. So the faster you go, slower time goes. So by rotating very quickly, you can slow time. Yeah. Yeah, density changers might be able to do it as well. Because if we can get into subatomics and we could technically change the density around us, you would float, right? It would be like buoyancy. So if we could just create like a hard floor, then a liquid, and then put our boat on it and do that in real time, you'd be pushing off that hard floor and that repelling force, right? Because we can't get rid of the forces as far as we know, would push us up and it would be buoyancy and you would float. So, I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say it's impossible. It's just, God damn, you would need a lot of energy. You would have to just like, the amount of power required would be incredible. A nuclear power plant probably would have to be hooked up to you to be able to get down there, dump enough electricity to warp all this crap, Oof. So, yeah. Anyways, neat stuff. Neat stuff. Hopefully, we see this all in our lifetime. You'll look back to this stream and be like, remember when we were talking about density changing? Man, those were the days. Pepperidge Farm remembers. All right. Whoa. How are we doing? We're leveling out. Okay, 1 hour till horse racing. I would say so, Augie. There's no reason why we can't. I mean, technically, space travel's not that hard. The biggest problem to long distance space travel is just the distance. But if you can go so fast, you're gonna time dilate, right? So the distance won't be a big deal for the people that are on the receiving end, but all the people that are on the ship are dead, or 6 generations have gone by, or whatever, right? But to you, the shipment from Earth would end up at Alpha Centauri in what, 1 light year? I don't know how far it is, but if they're going the speed of light, that's a year. But to them on the ship, it's probably God knows how long. So then we have to get into cryo and all this sort of stuff. So, or we do like Star Trek and we bend space. So you pinch space and you pop through it, which has been proven most likely able to do. Because we look at space as a vacuum in a 3-dimensional plane, like up, down, and there's nothing between the up and down. But if you think of it as a flat piece of paper and you can bunch the paper up, so even though you think it's a flat plane, that there's nothing underneath and nothing above, arguably there is a galactic plane that you can move around, bust through. And then that's where they're thinking black holes, where they go, right? And they're just a hole into that galactic plane. Because it seemingly, right, you can't just get rid of stuff. So the stuff has to be going somewhere, right? So it argues the fact that there is an invisible layer we could break through. And then that is the idea of warp. Because faster than light, you can only go the speed of light, right? But if you want to go faster than light, you have to basically go the speed of light or near it and somehow bend time and space. So, anyways, interesting stuff. Originally this is science fiction, and one day it might be real. So, true. We ran out of lemons. Let's get a lemon in here. All right. And I'm going to lay down on the couch because my back is killing me. And I'm going to keep looking for Wi-Fi. Oh. You're contributing. Oh, you mean contributing to the science? Yeah, I can't even do that. Okay. I gotta go actually grab a parcel. So I'm gonna disappear for about 5 to 10 minutes. Because apparently they delivered it to the wrong place. Well, black and white television, when they first, if you follow the evolution of television and radio waves, I mean, even with my primitive brain, I think if I was in that era, it wouldn't have been that hard to figure it out. Like once you understood that there was waves and you understood you could make them, right? Because once you figured out electricity or the concept of electricity, everything else comes together super easily. Like black and white television was, um, it's the translation of images as pulses of electricity. That is the jump. That was the hard part. But you could easily see, like, well, if I can see light, if I can capture light by just using a grid of, binary yes, no tubes, and they have a voltage so that the more you touch this tube, you make a higher voltage, and that's more white, less black. Boom, you're done. But now that would be the size of a room, and it wouldn't have really good resolution. But that's exactly what a digital SLR right now does. It's a Bayer filter. It's a grid of light sensitive red, green, and blues. And they get hit. Well, they have filters to take white light and split them. Then it reads it, puts it all together, and saves it in a file. And so we haven't really traveled that far from black and white. Like it's a couple steps and a hop. We've just managed to make everything really small. Yeah. Anyways, I got to go get this package that's somewhere in the woods. So I'll be back. We're at the end of the day model. So after noon, like literally noon o'clock, you generally have a decay of the price. So you hit your high before 12, and after 12, you decay a bit. But usually it's like a 10% of your gains, or 20% of your gains gets decayed. And that's very normal. Money comes in and a little bit goes out. So we hit a high of, let's say, 6%. So 10% of that is like not even a percent. So 0.5%, I think. Yeah. So you lose 0.5%, and that's normal. 20%, you lose a whole percent. So we go from 6 to 5. Or 7 to 6, I think, is where we are now. So that's very normal. Now, when we give back all of our percent, then we'd be in trouble. And hopefully I don't come back to that. So I will be right back. So we broke down through the line, but still good. All right. Got some food into me. Excellent. Now I just got to figure out Amazon purchases. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're still way up. So as long as we're over 45, so we're over this 45.10, I think we're okay. Because then that way we're above the close of yesterday. Ideally, we should be 48 or higher, but we still have the end of the day. As long we could get over this line and continue up, right? So we'll move this line over, see if we attach to it. I'll just let this baby run. And I will search Amazon for what I need on the Wi-Fi's, the Wi-Fi's. There we go. Oh, back is killing me. I was sitting up for too long today. But it was pretty exciting. I was going to go outside and do some Wi-Fi related stuff. But today had some good action, so much for that. Okay, still trucking along. So we're just testing the line.
Okay, we bounced off the line. Kind of expected because we didn't break through. So we're probably going to just keep pecking away at this for the next 30 minutes. But at least we're not crashing, so that's good. Ooh. I just ate some Creole jambalaya, and it is warm in my insides. Ooh. Spicy. Still trucking. We're starting to test the bottom, which is where we might bounce. If we don't bounce, we'll go down, but we still have plenty of room. We're still going to end up pretty good for the day. Bouncing on the bottom. Jeez. So the technology I'm looking at is from 2013. Wi-Fi has come a long way. So where are we now on Wi-Fi standards? We're at Wi-Fi 6, apparently. My router is like, I think 2005. Oh, so they're still on AC. And the next one is AX. And this is 2019. Okay. Oh, so not much has changed since 2013. All right. Yeah, I've been looking to replace my router, but she hasn't died, so it's all good. So we broke the bottom. Where are we? We're now touching this bottom. We might bounce. That might be the bounce. So I thought the bottom was there, but the more stronger bottom will be the valley of the major. I got that one wrong. That's all good. Makes no difference. Yeah. Now you can see it proper bounce. So that goes back to what I keep saying about, guess but verify. And so I knew something was wrong because I'm like, we should be hitting the bottom and bouncing, and we didn't. So that either means they're really angry and we're going to go into oblivion. But if that's the case, the volume should have gone through the roof. Or I got it wrong and it needed to move down a millimeter. And such was the case. Okay, we're slowing down, but that's expected as we get close to the line again. So if this red is not considerable, we'll go green. It's pretty big. We'll go green, green up until we hit the white line. That's about 50-50. So the green push right now is good, but the depth at which the red went was bad. So if red wipes this green out, it's done. If green floors it, we're good. If it stays like this, it's still 50-50 until we figure out our direction. Oh, yeah, red just wiped us out. So now it's going to go small red, medium red, and we're going to go back down to 46.72. And we'll make a W shape. Unless they go ham on the gas pedal. But if they keep the current speed, green's not going to have enough energy to stop red. Not bad. I expected that to come back down. Might still. Yeah. Yeah. If not, we're going to continue back up. Awesome possums. Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, it looks like we're holding. Nice. It's the power of those lemons. Yeah, I expect us to get pulled down, 10 cents or so. But, yeah. She's on her way up. Once we hit that line, then we'll have to, oh, sorry. We'll have to reassess. Oh, that jambalaya. My whole insides feel warm. Now it's putting me to sleep. Oh, it feels good. It's like having a warm blanket, but on the inside. Normally I don't get this feeling. Sweet. Oh, so comfortable. I should start a place. Billy Bob's Jambalaya Shrimp. It's like a warm blanket for your insides. EOD is 3 o'clock. It's just because I have a limited query amount. So I'm going to bring it online. And that way we don't run the risk of it blowing up. I'm just searching for Wi-Fi bridges. Could probably just get away with our Wi-Fi repeater. But a bridge would give me more range. But then it requires me to have 2 devices. So we hesitated. The query limit, I'd have to pay Google. And I don't plan on doing that. I could also fix. I also can fix it so it uses less. So every time I restart it is what I think is killing me. So if I start it up a little later and I don't have to restart it, I think we'll be okay. It can easily run probably the whole day. But we'll end up breaking it. And then I'll have to restart it. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Thanks. Nice breakout. I did not expect that. I think I might have figured out my access point issue. So what I'm looking for is a bridge, but some of them can act as a bridge and then they turn into a router or an access point. So why they take the data from distance to distance, they then repeat it, right, to the people around them, acting as a router or an access point. So people can connect to them. If I do a bridge, I need a third or a second device that will act as the router. But because I only have like one Wi-Fi or Ethernet powered object, it makes more sense to do a bridge that has a single Ethernet port out of it. So that would normally go to a router, but there's nothing stopping it from going directly to a single device. And then that device would just think it's connected to the network, but instead of having a cable, it's a bridge. So that might be it. And then if I need to add more, I just slap a router to the ass end of that, and then that can connect God knows whatever, right? Which I highly doubt I would need, that. So I think that's where I'm headed. So now the question is, do I do 100 meter, 200 meter, 300 meter multifunctional, or I can do 5 mile directional beam cannon, which is technically cheaper because the more directional, it doesn't have to do much more. It just has to shoot. Where the other ones have features. Cellular's too expensive in Canada. That would be the best solution. Cellular is any point, right? It doesn't have to transmit. But because this is close to my apartment, I'm going to just beam the Wi-Fi to my working area, then do work. And then when I go around the city, it'll have to be cellular. And so I'll just hotspot my cell phone, and that will be the access point for the device. And then when I deploy these devices, I'll have to get a business contract and basically clone a bunch of SIMs and spread them out on wireless cellular modules. But right now, it's just a matter of trying to get Wi-Fi across the street so I can prototype and test. And I don't worry about my bank account going to zero with, because as you're writing code and the code goes rogue, it might use gigs of data, right? And you don't want that going over the cellular. Now I could also do, I could get a Wi-Fi chip and put it in my computer and run an antenna, and that's even cheaper. But I think having down to 12, 10, 13, 8. Holy crap. Where's everyone going? 7. I think YouTube's dying. 6. Who's left? Oh, there we go. Everyone's coming back now. Yeah, everyone got booted off. I got down to 3 people. I was like, man, what did I say to offend everyone? And then I'm watching it just trickle down to 3, and I'm like, okay. Yeah, I think everyone froze. The Wi-Fi booted everyone from 30 down to, looks like 20. And then I just went from 29 down to 3. Oh, Barry survived the whole thing. Yeah, I was curious to see who was left. Nah, we're back to 26. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was weird. Yep. Yeah, we went down into the pits. So damn hedgies. Just trying to stop the signal. You'll be able to do your EODs in 10 minutes. I think a storm's a-coming in Ottawa here. So far, so good. But the stream would stop if I died. So when viewers start disappearing, that's YouTube, not me. Yeah. But if it all of a sudden dies and all the viewers are still here, then that's me. Which we had 3 months ago. I lost internet, then I lost cellular, then cellular went down to like 2G, and I managed to get a message out on Discord. Because yeah, I think it was power, internet, cellular, and then power came back, cellular came back, and then internet came back. It was like, oh, I'm starting to lag again. I think YouTube's having another hiccup. Yeah. Oh, well, you guys will figure it out. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Now, more like YouTube's having a friggin' stroke. It's not my end, YouTube. It's your end. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube's having a stroke. It's killing my viewers. It keeps booting almost everyone out. That time we went down to 11. The time before that, we went down to 3. Yeah, YouTube's having a stroke. I'm probably on the crappy server because my viewer count isn't, in the thousands. So I'm probably on the garbage server that gets rejected from time to time. Oh, it's definitely affecting everyone. It affected all but 3 people. Last time was all but 11 people. So half the people got booted. But it's not me. It's YouTube. Yeah, it freezes and you got to reconnect. Or it reconnects for you. Yeah. All right. Yep, we're going to do Robo at 3. I'm going to bring her online. Okay, let me get the bot online. Do. Where are you, bot? Where are you hiding? Okay. I don't know what, but I didn't lose power and I didn't lose internet connection, but nothing was transmitting over the internet. So I think the data center kind of deal or the uplink downlink got nailed. Might just be a power drop or a power surge. Probably a surge. If it was a drop, the USPs would kick in. If it's a surge, you have to wait for it to dissipate, which takes a few seconds. All right. So, EOD, let's get the markers. Vertical line. I mean, considering we stream for entire days, not bad. We don't have like, failures every day, so that's not too bad. But yeah, initially it was YouTube, and then I lost connection here. Something happened. I'm seeing 9 people right now. 8, 10, 9. Yeah. Yeah, I got murdered on the view count here. I'll post it to Discord. Excuse me. Oh, this jambalaya is so good. And you can see the kind of there's some drops leading up to the fatal drop. There we go.
All right. So for those that are new, which I highly doubt, you exclamation mark EOD and give your end of day price, and it will put you up on the leaderboard there. Fisher Life Cycle? Never heard of them. Really, really long messages will not break the bot. Because it just displays the string. The length is irrelevant. Now, if you typed in HTML, you might be able to break. Because it's not, I don't know if it's escaped or not escaped. Oh my God. Thanks. Oh, and actually you're limited to 200 characters in the YouTube chat, which is probably to protect against buffer overflow. Huh. Huh. Nice. It's just probably, you have to set it to 1080p. It probably set itself to garbage P. I'm still transmitting at 1080p. It's the little settings. Little settings cog down at the bottom right, I believe. Yeah. It's probably because on my gear icon, that's it. Probably on my end, I'm lagging still, but it's because I'm lagging either because my net's still dying or YouTube is dying. Now, YouTube itself may not be dying, although you guys were getting kicked off earlier, but that could have also been the internet dying as the storm rolled through Toronto. Because technically, my data goes to Toronto before it goes, I think, out to the world. Because that's where my internet service provider is. So if Toronto's getting hammered by storms, it may affect me. Excuse me. Oh, did it handle how did it handle the thing? It escaped it? I think it does escaped by default. Which means if you give it HTML, it'll just treat it like text. So yeah, just posted it as a string. Okay, good. Yeah, that's basic security built into the, it's a templated language. So every 5 seconds, it goes and asks the server for a refresh of the page, and then it redraws the page. And this is just a for each. So for each people that are in memory, do this, that, and then it repeats. It's like 7 lines of code, which is why it's dynamic. That's good. Something I whipped up in a day. I'll probably get some coding in tomorrow if I'm feeling like it. And we'll get, I'll code during the day, and I'll get the leaderboard sorting going on. No, we don't get earthquakes here. They're quite rare, even though Ottawa's technically on a fault line. There's a fault line through the Great Lakes, and it comes up to Ottawa. But it's not a big deal. Yeah, we got most of our people back. Pretty much everyone. That's good. That's our diehard crew. We got 22 to 28 diehards that show up every day. And then we get another 20 or so guests, up to 100, depending on the day. Good. Nothing. I just lost internet. That's all. EOD bots up. All of YouTube crashed for everyone. It was great. Just checking if there's any news. NASDAQ troops desert. Generals left to defend the fort. Yeah, that's pretty grim. But yeah, we'll survive. Garbage. Forget whatever. It's all about Newegg. Yeah. Tumble, lower, slides. But see, GameStop is building and buying. And if that fails, they're toast because they've spent more money and it has to work out. Where we've spent money too, but for the most part, we already are established. So we just need to keep doing what we're doing. So far less risk, which is why we are positive and GME is not. All right. So what I'll do is I will stop the bot. So get your EODs in before 1530, and then I'll stop the bot, and that will be your prices for the day. So what am I gonna do for a price? I think we're gonna bounce. We'll go up. So how high will we go up? Possibly here. Yeah, I can't see us going down. So if we were to travel as we are, we should technically go down to 43.64, and I can't see it. So what's going to happen as we get lower and lower and lower, people are just going to stop selling because it's stupid, and then people are going to buy because it's discount. So we don't even get down here because no one wants to go here. So I'm thinking we're going to bounce, or even earlier bounce. So it's somewhere in here, I think. But if I play it safe, what's up on the screen? I gotta make this a little bigger so I can see it. 55, 51, 48, 47. A lot of 47s. Okay, I can get away with a 45, 40. Yeah, no one seems to have it. Okay, I will do that. Okay, 5 minutes to get your EOD in. You have to give it the command, Shane. So the robot will recognize you. Getting good participation today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is Shane. So that's almost half the channel right now. That's great. Don't know what we're going to do if we get more participation. This is going to get real small and fill up the screen. I guess what we'll have to do is start knocking people out. So if you're not within the spread, 5 above and 5 below, you're just not displayed. Yeah. And actually, it won't matter once we get the scoring up. It won't matter. Because you can pick the same price. Okay. Oh, just do exclamation mark, EOD space, and your price. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Augie. Yeah, that's where I'm headed. Yeah, you got it. There you go, Shane. Yeah, the robot scans the chat, but instead of responding to everything, it looks for keywords. Yeah. In this case, I did exclamation mark EOD, but I could make it anything. Technically, I could make a robot that every time someone says Tom, I could make the robot say bad things. Just be like, oh, that guy. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I should get it. If anybody ever says $5, I should just have HandyBot come in, and it just goes piss, whispers piss to you. Oh, what's this HandyBot? Well, we automated Zach out of a job. Turns out he was too expensive. New age economy. Oh, geez, I'm gonna have to shrink it down. $1 billion. Game stink. Autocorrect. Well, you're now forever known as Game Stink. All right. Last minute to set your prices. And I'll lock the bot for fairness reasons. Oh, it's all good. GameStonk's not going to get offended by that. It was just hilarious. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Game Stink. I would have went with Stank because stonk, but Stink is good. I like it. Rolls off the tongue. G Stink. It's his rap name. Pew 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 unit. It's smelling like dirty diapers. It's the pew unit. Your name's good. Okay, and we're going to close this bot down. Oh, we got 30 seconds. Realize my clock is 2 minutes ahead still. Or, yeah, somewhere around there. A minute and a bit, because it just turned 31. So it's about, yeah, a minute and 30 seconds ahead. So you still got 30 seconds. We'll use the official stream clock, stolen from timeanddate.com. And get my finger on the stop tracking. Hopefully it doesn't crash the damn thing. And all right. Robot is now off. Whoop. There we go. Robot is now off. Okay. Is it updating anymore? Nope. You can test it if you want. Oh, it is. It's still reading. Or is that just delayed? Shit. Okay, well, screw that idea. I can't disable the robot. I told it to stop. It's gone sentient. I told it to stop listening. It didn't listen. All right, well, try not to cheat. Please and thanks. Damn it. That might explain the memory leak. All right. Oh, well, add that to the fix list. So we did get the bounce. Now, I don't think we're going to have enough time to go up. So we can use our previous acceleration line from earlier, here, here, so forth and so forth. So let's get this over here. So this represents kind of the gas pedal. So 46.86 if all things go well. Who's that? 46.33 is David.
Tom is 58. Anyone a higher? 58. 7. 47 is my name. Yeah, so it'd be anyone lower. So my name would probably win it if it went perfectly straight up. So most likely it's going to fall and land on Tom. Or, oh, Model 3 is 4988. Oh, he's up here. Yeah. 4358. Oh, he's 4358. Oh, Jesus, I misread that. So who's 44? 45, 45, 40. So that's me. Who's below me? Overkill is just below me. And who's above me? 45, 13 is Freedom. 45. Oh, so it's me. Okay. Until it hits David at 46, 33. I misread that. Okay, 46, 33. Which is pretty much where we are right now. Okay. You need an exclamation mark, Zeus. You're technically past the cutoff, but the bot's broken, so I can't stop you. Oh, yeah. It's not a problem. We're having fun here. It's all right. Just type in exclamation mark EOD. We try to cut it off at 3:30, but if you're not picking 46:57, anything higher than 47 or less than 44 is probably far-fetched. So it's not like you're sniping. Was that 3:30? 3:33 on my end. No exclamation mark. That's an octothorpe. The pound sign's real name. Like when you're speaking Spanish, you use one up and one down. Give us the ole. There you go. Now I wonder if it responds to all caps. Yep. Doesn't care. Okay. Makes sense because when the data gets transmitted, I think it lower cases it all. Oh, shit. We're flooring it. I was reading the chat and now we're a little bit of a burst. So if we don't come back immediately to this blue line, we might go in for a run. And I won't be mad if Zeus wins it. So no red. We need a large red to stop this. If not, it's going to keep going. And I'm not going to win. Sad pandas. I think Friday's going to be good. We survived like death. Even though the market is trash, we still came out swinging. So our Friday's probably going to be a lot better than everybody else's. Now, if their Fridays are horrific, we'll get dragged down a bit. But it's not a reason to sell. You just ride it out. So ultimately, there's no reason to sell, period. If anything, Friday's going to be a great buying period because it'll be slightly depressed because it's a Friday. And then we get Black Widow on a Monday. And bam, print those dollars. So I hope. Black Widow comes out. She Too movement. Oh, no. Something goes wrong. Marvel does a PR stunt, kills half of U.S. population with
Black widows and their popcorn. We thought it would be funny. What? Oh no. Yeah, I coded the robot the day you skipped and you came back and said, "What the hell? Everything's gone. All my money." It was that day. We coded the robot. Oh, Tom knows how to spin it good. It also makes my life a hell of a lot easier. Because, yeah, if we get like 50, 60 people participating, I can do it pretty quick. But I want this thing to auto update so I don't have to guess who the hell's winning all the time. Because I'm really bad at math. So, like, it's just a pain in the ass to go up the chart. I want to know who's winning just by looking. So I can be like, haha, yay. Versus, okay, carry the 5 minus the 10. Carry the 360. Oh, damn. This is hard. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing like a bootstrap overlay. Can't math, won't math. Yep. If I ever run for elected office, I'll be like, to all the teachers that told me I would not be anything without math, well, here I am. Still nothing. Yeah, so the first thing to implement coming up is going to be the sort. So every time a number is given, it would reposition it, or because it's running locally, I can do it a less efficient way. Every time the page is requested, it will sort it on the fly. And then that way it just keeps always sorting it. And so it will realign them. And then I'll have in the middle or the top, I'm thinking I might try to do the middle. I'll have the person that's currently winning, and the people that aren't will be like first and second will be above and below. So it'll be kind of like an option straddle or an option thing. So let's say Marshall here is highlighted, and then Model 3 or GameStonk would be second or third, potentially, depending on how far away they are, right? Yeah. And so it's basically distance to is how the price will be. And then at the end of the day, this price will get removed, and then you'll get your updated score based on how far you were and how early you were guessing. So the earlier and the closest wins. And then I guess we can give out bonus points if you nail it on the dot, like a 2-time or 3-time multiple. Actually, let's do like a 3-time multiple. If you get it on the dot, you get 3 times bonus, like right to the penny. So anyways, just add some fun to it. Yeah, at least that's the idea. I mean, I'm open to, whatever works, right? This is just something we invented and now we're running with it. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think with the lifetime score, everyone will get ranked, based on lifetime score. At the end of the round, it just shows who's leading. Yeah. Yes, and that's easy enough to do too. I could even have it. I even actually have the code already. You can say list. It's not active, but I have it, and it will tell you this chart. So a list. So the nice thing there is you could be on Discord and when I get the Discord integration up, and you can say, Discord bot, what's my score, right? So
Yeah. Well, I haven't. I do this stream every day, and I've only won 3 times. Won 3 times. So not very good odds. I'm here every day. So, um, and I know what I'm doing for the most part. So, yeah. I always like to bet down though, and that's really what's killing me. I need to start betting higher. So take the chance on exuberance versus what should happen. And shift my numbers up a little bit. Don't go too high, but shift them a little higher than I would think, right? Because like I got this part right. I knew it was coming here. Here it bounced. But I'm like, okay, I don't think it's gonna run. And even if it did, I expect a turnaround. And so I bet basically right here, 46.50, 46.40. So I'm this white line basically. So, but what ends up happening is it will come back down a bit and then they'll go ramp right at the last minute. So I have to kind of go, okay, here? Like, so it's a total crapshoot. It's like, I can't friggin' guess what psycho people are going to do. Oh, let's get the whole horse race up on the screen. Today's horse race is brought to you by Hedgies and their inability to stop the signal. I think we're all rooting for Stacy to get her wins. We had one day that everyone was under, and it was like it went over everyone, I believe. And where it's like, well, you win because there's no one else. But it's rare that it gasses in the last 30 minutes. So the risk of it going over Stacy's in the last now 15 minutes, quite low. One day it will though. One day we'll sit here and go, holy shit, and it goes up to 70, from 40 in less than 10 minutes. And the friggin' IV on options, you'd write a covered call and it'd be like $30 per contract because the IV would be just nuts. Exactly. That's what I'm going to send to the marketing department. AMC, where the magic happens and anything is possible. Stock goes down, stock goes up. Stock buys Disneyland. Who knows? Today was a pretty erratic day, yeah. The morning was definitely dark. I was not expecting good news at all. I was like, okay, we're probably going to level out. I don't think it's going to be too bad, but I did not expect green. And here we are, positive 5. We went down 11, up 5. So your round trip total is somewhere around, what's that, 26%, I think. Because the math doesn't quite line up. %, and your maximum was 29 or so. Damn, son. Almost a $30 swing. Could have made 1/3 ish.
Yeah. Bernie Sanders was just going to town with the steel chair. He had it on auto, what is it called? Auto click. Chair, 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 chair. Like the old turbo SNES controllers when you're playing Street Fighter. You just switch it to turbo and you would click faster than anyone could ever. Yeah, the last run's pretty good too. Oh, someone was messaging me. But if we were in the negative for too long, something is gathering. Well, usually though, if you're in the red, right, it just gets worse. So what saved us was we basically just crashed until we hit a support line. And that's what saved us. If there was no support line, we would have just kept falling. Actually, sorry, what really saved us is that when we hit the support line and we had a chance to go, like we got a free reversal, an Uno reversal card, we seized it and we dumped money on it. Normally, on bad days, we get a reversal and then we just roll over, hit the line again, bounce, and then go under it. That's really what saved us today is the buy-in. But if you're looking at the more macro picture, yeah, we were in the negatives for too long. So there's going to be undue buying pressure. People want to get in because they've been out for so long, but they need a buy-in point and they need to see commitment. So it's not a dead cat, right? And so if you don't get that, people will just keep waiting until it goes back to 14, right? So you are right. It's just part of what saved us. Because yeah, a 9% drop can easily turn into a 15, which then turns into a rout of 30, which then goes into a tumble of 70. You know, it starts to gain speed if there's not if there's no support. So yeah. Anyways, it's how she rolls. But definitely it's not foolish to think that if you spend too much time in one direction, that you're overdue for the other direction. And that's true. But you do have to keep in mind too, if you were going down red, but you're not going down a lot, green is trying to stop red, and which is why you're not going down a lot. But green could completely die, and then you start going down faster, right? So it's not like, oh, we're going down and we're going to reverse. It could be an acceleration. But you have to kind of look at the bigger picture and be like, okay, is green out of energy or just sleeping? You know, did they use all their money 2 days ago in a crazy run up to 100? Yep. Then today is not going to be, they can't do it again, right? They need time to recharge. And so that's the way. You have to weigh that out. Yeah. And the same thing with selling. If they crash you down to like 14 and we rebound to 50 or 40, we are not going to 14 for quite a while because they tried and they sent all their money and they did all they could, and those people are gone now. So it's not going to just go back, right? So that's the other way. So once you survive a crash, you usually get a good period of growth because dem paper hands are gone. Well, actually, very good example, right? It's right here. So you had a bit of a crash, shook out those people, and then there's your period of recovery. Now, I did not expect this ass end part, but this part is expected. So we recovered, and once we got over this and we floored it, we knew we were going to get a little bit of a upswing period from this like mini crash, right? And the same thing if we go back, here, same thing, right? Crash, and now you have a period of growth, right? Now the growth stops about, I'd say here. This is the end of it. So we're growing, and because of this dip, we're kind of weighing down. But this also too is we're in the clouds. So in the larger picture, gravity is weighing on us. In the micro, we could go up and then go up some more like we did today. But here, if we went up and then went up some more, I mean, now we're breaking into 76, 80. Like that's going to take effort versus going from 58 to 59, right? So that's something to keep in mind. But the patterns all play out pretty much the same. Holy God. It's a little sharp. when you zoom it out, it look at that bounce. Fuck. Damn. That's pretty sharp. Nice. Well, who's winning? So we got probably 70, 47, 20. 47, 20. 47 on the dot is my name. 47, 51 is Shane. 47, 64 is Barry. 50 is Zeus. Damn. 99 is Marshall. Okay. My name may snatch this. So who's ahead of my name? It's 20, 33, 46. Oh, that's 46, 33. David. 47, 47, 51, 47. Okay, so there's nobody between 47, 50. Yeah, 47, 50, and 47, if I'm reading this right. Okay, so anything that's 47 and 25 and lower, then would be my name. So there's a pretty good chance you might get this. If it gasses at the last, then it's going to go into the 48s. And then that would be Rajesh or Augie. And if it falls a little short, then I think that's back to Michael Marshall. Okay, I think I got this. Yeah, he's 51, but you're 00. So you get 25 and under. Because it gets split. And then Zeus would get 25. He would get 26 to 50. Then Shane gets 51 to whatever the half of 88 is, or 70. Yeah, 88. Whatever that is. So 70 something. Yeah, it's 25 and under. 26 goes to Zeus. Zeus is 50. 47, 50. But you'd be correct if he was 51. You're correct. We're talking about two different people. Okay.
let me fix the exit line. Okay, we're in the last 2 minutes. Yep, it's all good. He was a late comer. I think the real winner is GameStonk with D's nuts. Ooh, I just thought of a neat thing. So what I could do during the day is I could let you guys bet. So you can bet your EOD at any time, but you could also maybe set like up or down. So if you're bullish or bearish, and so you could set your, so we could see like I won't have the robot respond, but if you just say like up, right, then you would change to a bull or a bear, and we could see the sentiment as we're going along. That'd be interesting. Maybe put a timer in for what's his name, Tom, so he can be like, I'm bullish for the next 4 minutes, and it starts counting it down. I could do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, last 10 seconds. So who's going to win this? 49. So, ooh, it's actually, there's a lot of people here. Okay, we closed at 47.89. And let's see, Yahoo. Oh, God. For 88. Yep. Model on the dot. Congrats. So, damn. That's 2 days in a row people have got it on the dot. Pretty good. All right. But yeah, I'll give that a whirl tomorrow. So I'll do that during the stream tomorrow. I'll be able to put it in bull bear. Yeah. I'll be our version of super chat. And I could even just stick it here. Just shrink this middle window. All right. See ya tomorrow. I got programming to do. Switch the bot back? What do you mean? Oh, the bot's still sitting there listening. You can just write whatever you want and it'll come up in here. The bot just reads the chat. You just use a different command. Because all this is just a website. Yeah. So it'll be up or down or bull or bear, whatever. Yeah. Anyways. Yep. We survived this day. So yeah, tomorrow I think we'll uptick. So if we don't see it in the post market, I think we'll see a bit of a gap up tomorrow just by how good we finished. So either way, good. Or finally, or maybe when we go into EOD, I'll switch to like a screen like this and we'll just have the price like take off, go into a different mode or something. But anyways, cool. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I got
stuff to do. Thanks for coming out.